so much this morning. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Third reading stage of Bill C-13, an act for the substantive equality of Canada's official languages. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in federally regulated private businesses act, and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fellow members, colleagues, and friends. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. First of all, I want to highlight that we are on the traditional territorial lands of the Algonquin people. Bill C-13, an act for the substantive equality of English and French, is now at third reading stage. After this debate, you will be able to decide on whether or not to pass it here in the House of Commons. I know that you will give it all the consideration it deserves, given its fundamental aspect for our country's heritage, to slow the decline of French and ensure that official languages communities continue to thrive. I thank you in advance and assure you that I will be fully cooperative.
Journey. But the fact that it has made it this far is an achievement worth noting. There has been lively debate, Mr. Speaker, sometimes tense, often emotional, but always, always productive. The operative word here is productive, because that's the message we should take away from this process. Without such debate, we could not claim to live in a healthy democracy, and we would not have the robust bill that we have before us today. We all have strong convictions about official languages because they define us and are central to our identity. At times, those convictions can divide us. But fortunately, everyone has done their bit, and we have managed to come together, because despite our differing views, we recognize that our official languages contribute to Canada's development and are integral to the image that Canada projects in the world. I am delighted to have found common ground with the Government of Quebec, which is a key player in the Canadian and international francophonie. We can be proud of the progress that we have made to date. I would also like to take a moment to thank the members of the Standing Committee on Official Languages for going through this bill clause by clause, and I have to say, with a fine-tooth comb. I know that over the past year, they have devoted 26 meetings to this bill and proposed upwards of 200 amendments, and the amendments from all parties were, and some amendments from all parties were adopted. Thanks to that colossal effort, Canadians can rest assured that Bill C-13 is on the right track. There is nothing more reassuring than knowing that a bill has passed the test of the House of Commons. Moreover, official language minority communities have expressed relief knowing that Bill C-13 has finally reached third reading. That alone is evidence enough for me that this bill has met the expectations on the ground. Une réforme de cette envergure ne peut pas être.
A reform of this scope can't be led by a single player. It is necessarily the result of a collective reflection. It embraces all points of view. If C-13 reached this level of achievement, it's thanks to the thousands of people who mobilized to present their vision of official languages even before the reform was launched, and that's ongoing. In 2019, on the 50th anniversary of the Official Languages Act, Canadians expressed their attachment to our official languages. They clearly expressed their desire to consolidate this heritage. Anglophones and Francophones participated enthusiastically in roundtables and symposia we organized across the country and online. Their aspirations, their hopes, and their concerns are reflected in every provision of the bill. We've done our utmost to translate them into law, to keep the spirit of their vision alive and to make a difference in their daily lives. It must be said that we had every opportunity to develop the bill for the benefit of Canadians. I want to highlight once again the work done by my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, when she was responsible for official languages. She was the one who opened the vast project of reforming our language regime, in particular by meeting with stakeholders across Canada with real empathy and a desire to forge ties of friendship with official language minority communities. She didn't hesitate for a single moment to defend their institutions, not once. As a Francophone and a Montrealer, she showed how important it is for Francophones in Quebec to be united with Francophones in other provinces and territories. Coming from an official language minority community myself, I personally felt her positive energy. And again, I want to thank her for it. All of these efforts led in 2021 to presenting the reform docket entitled Towards Real Equality of Official Languages, which contained 56 proposals for legislative, administrative, and regulatory changes. That means C-13 embodies the government's vision for a modernized act. We had the opportunity to strike the right legislative balance for official languages. The experience of Bill C-32, the predecessor to C-13, was very illuminating. Therefore, we improved the bill to give it more teeth. In the end, Canadians are the ones who win.
The objective of the language reform has always been clear: to strengthen and to modernize our Official Languages Act. C-13 is one pillar of that reform. In adopting this bill, you will be laying the groundwork for substantive equality between French and English in Canada. C-13 also seeks to ensure that Canadians can live and thrive in both official languages. The bill recognizes the importance of bilingualism to Canadian identity. In concrete terms, this means providing Canada with legislative tools to curb the decline of French, better protect the institutions of official language minority communities, including English-speaking Quebecers, improve the compliance of federal institutions by strengthening the powers of the Commissioner of Official Languages, the role of the Treasury Board, and Part 7 of the Act, and also to promote individual bilingualism in Canada. What difference will this make in the lives of Canadians, people might ask? Well, C-13 will make a difference in a number of areas, as it represents major gains for communities across the country. First, it recognizes the special status of French, which is in a minority situation in Canada and also in North America due to the predominant use of English. That recognition makes all the difference because it paves the way for the necessary legislative measures to protect French. And C-13 takes all the necessary measures. Across the country, Mr. Speaker, the stakeholders who best understand the challenges facing our official languages are urging us to pass C-13 as soon as possible. Their calls to action have grown louder and louder in recent months, and I have to say, for good reason. Halting the decline of French will require a team effort on the parts of all stakeholders, including communities, the Government of Canada, our provincial and territorial colleagues, and Parliament itself. Imagine what would happen if we just stood by and watched. The demographic weight of Francophones continues to slide. The demographic weight has already been below the critical threshold for some time now, which has Francophones and Francophiles worried. Canada has now met its target for Francophone immigration to minority communities for the first time since it set its targets back in 2003. To be sure, this achievement is great news, and we have every reason to be delighted. It confirms that we have the capacity to act and that well-managed efforts yield results, something we tend to doubt at times. But we also know that we cannot afford to become complacent. We must do more, and Mr. Speaker, we must do better. We have made sure that C-13 contains provisions to counter the decline of French, including by investing in Francophone immigration. It is so crucial that our immigration policy includes objectives, targets, and also indicators that are conducive to increasing Francophone immigration outside of Quebec. More generally, C13 provides for better support for French language throughout Canada, including in Quebec and also internationally. Such support will necessarily include increased protection for institutions of Francophone minority communities across the country, whose vitality will be strengthened as a result. We recognize the positive effects of a vibrant language on well-being and development of a community. Every action taken to strengthen a language yields profound, life-giving benefits for the people who speak it. As you often have heard me say in the House, French is the only official language in Canada that is under threat. And as such, we must do more in order to protect it. At the same time, we need to understand that increased support for French is in no way representing a reduced commitment by our government to English-speaking Quebecers in Quebec. Our commitment to those communities and their vitality remains firm, and it also remains unwavering. On this point, I want to reassure Canadians that the provisions of C13 aimed at protecting linguistic minorities and minority institutions apply to all official language minority communities in Canada, including English-speaking Quebecers. Pour qu'une loi produise un réel impact, elle doit...
For a law to have real impact, it must have teeth. Otherwise, how can we ensure that language rights are respected in this country? C13 has all the teeth we need. It strengthens the application of Part 7 of the Official Languages Act, particularly to provide a better framework for positive measures taken by federal institutions and to clarify the obligation of federal institutions to take the necessary measures for promoting inclusion of language clauses and agreements with provinces and territories. It strengthens the Treasury Board's powers to ensure better coordination and accountability for official languages across the Government of Canada. It strengthens the powers of the Commissioner of Official Languages, who will have a greater number of tools at his disposal, such as concluding compliance agreements, issuing orders, and imposing administrative monetary penalties on certain privatized entities and crown corporations in the transportation sector that communicates with and serves the traveling public. It strengthens the Francophone immigration policy, as I mentioned earlier. Finally, through the enactment of a new law, it reinforces the use of French within private companies under federal jurisdiction in Quebec and in regions with a strong Francophone presence outside Quebec. The recent series of amendments proposed to this new law aim to strengthen and clarify the federal regime with respect to the use of French in businesses. One of C13's priorities was to take into account the various realities of provinces and territories. Again, I'm pleased that we were able to reach an agreement with the Government of Quebec on this crucial point.
Supporting our regime, of our language regime, is our Action Plan for Official Languages 2023-2028, entitled Protection, Promotion, Collaboration. That new action plan, which I recently unveiled, will support the implementation of Bill C13, but putting forward a historic investment of more than $4.1 billion to support the vitality of our official language minority communities from coast to coast to coast. Our plan is built on 4 key pillars, namely Francophone immigration, supporting lifelong learning, strong measures to support communities, and a federal government must lead by example. Mr. Speaker, with the adoption of C13 and the historic investment made within our new action plan, our government is sending a clear signal that our official languages are a priority in this government. La gestion du projet de loi a été longue. Il est maintenant arrivé.
The bill was a long time in the making, and it has now reached maturity. Fellow parliamentarians, if you're still hesitating to pass this bill, you should know that a great deal of the work was done to reconcile the wishes expressed by all Canadians, especially those of the country's official language minority communities, as well as those of their governments. As members of Parliament who have the interests of the voices we represent at heart, we know that our priorities can differ, and it's not always easy to reconcile them. However, I'm certain that C-13 is in everyone's best interest and will bring tangible gains to each of our communities across the country. C-13 will help protect and promote French across Canada, including in Quebec. Once again, I want to salute the spirit of cooperation that made this success possible. As a Francophone and Acadian from Moncton, I never forget who I am and where I come from. It was one of my proudest moments to be able to table Bill C-13 virtually from Grand Pré, Nova Scotia, the cradle of Acadia. A place that reminds us of the struggle of a people to preserve their language and culture against the violence and assimilation imposed on them. In my part of the country, people have high hopes for this reform. They have a lot to lose if C-13 doesn't deliver. I certainly will not disappoint them. I'm confident that everything has been done to meet their expectations this bill quickly. Members of the Standing Senate Committee on Official Languages have already studied Bill C-13. I now extend my hand to them for what comes next. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking forward to taking your questions.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
Merci à la ministre de cette...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for this speech. I'm disappointed that the Minister believes in what she's saying. She said that she put everything in C-13 that was in the white paper. But in the white paper, it said that the central agency should be the Treasury Board. It should have powers over legislation. It's in the white paper. And she confirmed that in the process, she considered all organizations' requests, especially those in official language minority situation. I sometimes have a hard time with getting that all in order. Official languages, minority communities. FCFA was clear in its request. The entire legislation has to be under the supervision of the Treasury Board. Why didn't the minister simply extend responsibility of the Treasury Board over the entire legislation? She said that since 2003, the target was at 4.4 for immigration, and under the Liberals, this year, coincidentally, while tabling Bill C-13, they've achieved it. In the law, the only things that indicates that the Minister of Immigration must act are to determine objectives, set targets, and set up indicators. We all know that we're behind, and we have some catch-up to do. Going from 12 to 20% is necessary in order to do that catch-up. If the Minister for Immigration isn't reaching their targets, my question is, who's going to ask the minister to deliver? Who in this government is going to be accountable to make sure that immigration reaches those targets? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his questions, but also his work at the Official Languages Committee. I think that collaboration is key. We recognize that both official languages are the wealth of our country, and we could always do more. That's why we put forward a bill that's ambitious and solid. We consulted stakeholders from all over the country. Over the last few months, the FCFA and many other stakeholders asked us to pass this bill as quickly as possible. And they publicly said that it's a very good bill. As for the issue of the Treasury Board, we have certainly solidified the role of the Treasury Board so that it acts as a coordinator. And during last fall's economic update, we set aside money to make sure that the Treasury Board will have the resources it needs to do its work. Let's look at the issue of immigration, Francophone immigration. We were clear in our bill that we wanted to make sure that we had a Francophone immigration policy that is solid with targets and indicators and so on. Again, in order to do some demographic catch-up, Francophone immigration is key. We've also made historic investments, $4.1 billion, and $137 million for the issue of Francophone immigration. I have a question for my colleague from the Conservative Party. Will they finally support Bill C-13? The Bloc Québécois, the New Democrats, as well as the province of Quebec say it's a good bill. So I hope to get an answer from my colleague. Will he support it, yes or no?
Commentaire, l'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to re-establish the facts. The Bloc Québécois has not said that this is a good bill. We just said that we would support it because we think that we think that it's as far as things can go at this time, but there is a great deal more. There are several points that are not satisfactory. Quebec had asked for full control of linguistic policies on its territory, to recognize that French is the only minority language with a differentiated approach, and that Quebec should have more control over the matter and more input. We saw the new official languages plan presented about a week and a half ago. $800 million that once again will be earmarked for English. The government of Quebec asked for it to be used more for French. I'm glad that this issue has been noticed. Often it goes unnoticed. French is a language that is threatened. Why is this money being used for English? Well, the minister said that part of it is being used for French as a second language learning. But that's only a small fraction. Most of it is actually used to support the Anglophone education system. And we learned that from a civil servant who spoke off the record. My question for the minister: is the government open to further promoting French with positive measures and to do more to comply with the Quebec government's demands to recognize that French is in decline and that we need to take measures, federal measures, that favor the decline of French need to be stopped? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I'd like to thank him for the hard work that was done at committee, at the parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Bloc Québécois and we share an objective, and we recognize that French is the only official language that is in decline in Canada, and we need to do something to address that decline. And we are the first government to even recognize that French is the only official language in decline in Canada. That is why we have brought in a robust, ambitious bill, because we want to address that decline. Indeed, last week, or the week before, we brought in an action plan with historic investment. $4.1 billion that will make a real difference. Mr. Speaker, if we want Canadian francophonie to thrive, we must make investments. And we need to ensure that that includes Quebec. I would also add that even the government of Quebec said publicly that C-13 is an excellent bill. I spoke with Minister Roberge this week. Once again, he wants to see this bill adopted as soon as possible. I would like to thank my colleague for the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois has said openly and publicly that they will support this bill, and this bill will make a real difference for our francophone minority communities and also help us address the decline of French throughout the country, including in Quebec.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. I consider her a friend and colleague. And the NDP is pleased that we're finally getting to this bill. We're disappointed that it took so long. It was first introduced in the last Parliament, and then days later an election was called. Then months after we reconvened, it finally came back before us. And despite the fact that minority language communities have been heard for a long time about these issues, we knew what the issues were. They've been kept waiting, and I'm just wondering if the Minister could comment on why it took so long to respond to what the minority language communities were asking for.
The Honourable Minister of Official Languages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and friend as well for his important question, and also want to thank the NDP member from Churchill for her work that she's done on the Committee of Official Languages. She has truly been a partner, and I appreciate it working with her. Mr. Speaker, if this was an easy piece of legislation, governments in the past would have done so a long time ago. We had the ambition and we wanted to make it a priority, and that's why that we moved forward with many steps in modernizing our Official Languages Act, but also in making sure that as a federal government, we did all that we could to protect and to promote our official languages. My friend and colleague, the Minister for Affaires étrangères, started that work when she was the minister responsible, and now I've been privileged in order to continue that work. With respect to the tabling of Bill C-13, once again, we tabled it last year. I took it as a priority to make sure that I met with stakeholders to make sure that we had an appreciation of what they wanted to see. And we've moved forward with presenting a robust piece of legislation that really meets the needs of the interveners from coast to coast to coast, and also legislation that will make a real tangible difference in making sure that we address the decline of French, all while supporting our official language minority communities from across the country.
We do have time for a quick interaction. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first language is neither English or French. I did study, I had my education in English. 36 years back when I was in university, I did join a French course to study French language. Though I didn't study the language, but there I met the love of my life and we are still married. But one good thing I noticed, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of my friends here in Canada, they are sending their children to Francophone schools so that the kids can get educated, have the knowledge of both English and French. My quick question to my colleague is that there's a bit of apprehension amongst the Anglophone community in Quebec. What are the assurances you can give to that particular community? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank my colleague for his question, and I have to say, French is the language of love. Maybe there, we'll start with that. But Mr. Speaker, I really have to say that my message to Anglophones in Quebec, I want to be very, very clear. Bill C-13 in no way removes any rights to English-speaking Quebecers. This legislation is a piece of legislation. The modernization of the Official Languages Act is to make sure that we do all that we can to protect and to promote both of our official languages, something that in Canada is really a comparative advantage to other countries. And we want to make sure, however, that we do all that we can to really address the decline of French. And with this piece of legislation, robust legislation, we'll be able to protect our communities, but also address the decline of French. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Un petit rappel, ces questions.
A little reminder, this is questions and comments. It's not the main speech.
Questions and comments. So the quicker we can get a question in and the quicker we can get an answer in, the more people can participate in the debate. But we're going to have to move on. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Mr. Speaker, you are quite right, but this is such an important file. And that's why we're so excited and passionate. First of all, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to share my time with my colleague for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, an excellent member, an excellent representative for his constituents. Everybody agrees? It is agreed. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleagues, so I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. As I rise today in this House, let me just say how I feel. How I feel is this really what we did all that work for? It's disappointing. The Liberals published a white paper in February 2021 in which it was clearly stated that the Treasury Board, as I was saying earlier in my question, should become the central agency for the Official Languages Act. A few months later, in June 2021, the Minister of Official Languages at the time tabled Bill C-32. And yet, what a surprise, an election was triggered 2 months later. We lost time, and we ended up going back to square one. The new Minister of Official Languages tabled Bill C-13 in March 2022.
Que le projet de loi règle tous les
And we were told that this bill would fix all problems and that it should be adopted as quickly as possible. the opposition parties were urged to collaborate and speed up adoption of the bill. Now at committee, when the bill got there, we heard from various witnesses at the Official Languages Committee to try to do our work properly. And yet, there was suddenly a Liberal motion to limit debate. They were in such a hurry to go quickly that we ended up losing 8 sessions. In order to try to fix this problem that actually had been caused by the Liberals. So they tell us to go quickly, and yet they ended up gagging the opposition for 8 sessions. So the opposition parties worked together to take the necessary amount of time to debate. We extended our hand to the Liberals several times. The Liberals wanted 4 clause-by-clause sessions. We wanted 12. We agreed on 8. It was a good compromise and showed that the opposition parties were in good faith. I'm not so sure for the Liberals. The Conservative Party takes bilingualism in Canada very seriously. As I said, we carried out rigorous work at committee. We listened closely to stakeholders from throughout the country, and we worked hard to take action in response to their concerns. I spoke about stakeholders like the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities, the National Federation of Francophone School Boards, the Official Languages Council, and many others. These people understand the reality of living in a linguistic minority, and the Liberals are trying to tell them that they understand. I'm talking about people who live in all sorts of different communities.
Je vais prendre ton écouteur et la mettre à quelque part. Je pense qu'il y a quelque chose dans le son.
I would like to just ask the member to take his earpiece and put it somewhere else. It may be causing an issue with the sound. Just to move it, please. The honourable member. So just back up a little bit and please go ahead. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You also care about official languages. So for everyone living in a minority situation, whether in New Brunswick, the Northwest Territories, or in British Columbia, no, there's nothing to fear. The Conservative Party will always be there for you. So, Mr. Speaker, we then received many amendments from all parties. There were a dozen amendments from the NDP, around 80 from the Bloc Québécois, and we had around 60. And yet, surprise, surprise, despite the white paper, despite C-32 and now C-13, and they're the ones who drafted the bill, despite all this, the Liberals tabled around 50 amendments. That's quite surprising, Mr. Speaker. And we can see that there was some strain inside the Liberal caucus because among these Liberal amendments, and this shows what a waste of time this all was, there was actually duplication among the Liberal amendments. The same amendments were being tabled by different Liberal members. Do they even speak to each other in that caucus? Do they speak with Anglophone Quebec colleagues? They said that we should hurry, and yet this is the way they were behaving. This is a flagrant example of Liberal incompetence and inconsistency. And then again, in the House, we saw other amendments tabled by the Liberals that should have been tabled at committee. And then once again, that's delaying the process. They say things need to go quickly, and yet they're delaying it further. According to the Liberals, they care about the decline of French, they care about official languages, and yet, despite that, yesterday there was a vote at report stage. The Deputy Prime Minister, who has not showed up at any committee or in the House of Commons, did not even vote, not even despite the fact that there's a remote application. The Minister of Justice, who's from Quebec and is affected by this, did not vote. Worse still, the Quebec Lieutenant, the Minister for Heritage Canada, who has responsibilities under this law, he didn't even vote. And yet the Liberals say they care so much about official languages and the decline of French. Well, we saw that demonstrated very clearly yesterday. The lack of interest that this government has in the topic was once again shown. And today, what day is it today? It's Friday. Friday is the day when we have the least time to speak. And who's responsible for the agenda? The Liberals. Who decided that we debate this on Friday? The Liberals. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? They don't want us to debate this. They wanted to sweep it under the rug because there's strain and argument in the Liberal caucus over this. So once again, when the Liberals say that they care about official languages, it's just a facade. Now, when it comes to stakeholders we met with at committee, there's two in particular. First of all, the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities, which represents 2.8 million Canadians who speak French outside Quebec. They were asking for 6 amendments. Only 6, not that many. And how many were fully adopted? None. Oh, what an amazing job the Liberals did. The Conservative Party agreed with these recommendations and tabled amendments to that effect, but unfortunately with the Liberal NDP coalition, well, none of those was adopted. And the same thing happened when the Official Languages Commissioner appeared. So this bill does represent progress, but we're advancing at a snail's pace. Instead of going forward boldly, this bill only takes a tentative step forward. This was our opportunity as parliamentarians to take concrete action to counter the decline of French, which is very real in Canada and even in Quebec. Do representatives of official language minority communities deserve to be fobbed off with a few polite words but no real action? It's upsetting. I am concerned about the future of an English-French bilingual Canada, because we should remember that our Governor General is bilingual but doesn't speak French. So we should remember that when we speak of a bilingual Canada, we're speaking of English and French. I am Francophone, my children speak French. I hope that my grandchildren will be able to speak French here in Canada. I am proud to be Canadian. I'm proud to be a Quebecer. I am proud to represent the people of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. And I will fight until my dying day to protect Francophones throughout Canada. My ancestors fought, and I will continue to do so. I am proud of our bilingual Canada, and 80% of Canadians care about a bilingual Canada. I would just remind us that the Official Languages Act was introduced in 1969, amended in 1988 by the Conservatives, I'd like to remind us. The Harper government was the first government to recognize the Quebec nation within a united Canada. He understood that Quebec had a linguistic specificity that was important for the country. Quebec is the largest Francophone pool in North America, and we need to give it the necessary tools to preserve its language and culture, which will also help Francophone communities throughout Canada. And now, our leader, the member for Carleton, is also making a point of supporting French. He is educating his children in French, and on a daily basis, he uses both official languages in Parliament. He understands the issues and is working hard to protect and promote both official languages in Canada. In conclusion, I would like to reassure official language minority communities that, unlike the Liberals, we heard what they had to say, and we will continue to push for a central agency as well as a list of rights holders. The Conservative Party of Canada cares deeply about ensuring that Canada remains an English-French bilingual country, and we will continue to do something about the decline of French and protect and promote our two official languages. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to share that since 2015, our government has almost doubled investments in official languages through our action plan. These are historic investments of 4.1 billion over the next 5 years. Now, I've been listening very carefully to my colleague who said that he has been working with organizations like the FCFA, but has he really heard them? Has he really listened to them? Because over the past 8 months, stakeholders across the country have been eagerly anticipating the passage of C-13. They have said openly and publicly that this is a good bill, an ambitious one, a strong one. Here's my question for my colleague, though. We have heard the positions and stances of all parties of this House except the Conservative parties. So that's the big mystery. Will they support the bill? Yes or no? Will my colleague guarantee that his children and grandchildren will be able to live and work in French? Will they study the bill, support the bill? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Official Languages asks a good question. In her question, she said that she doubled investments since 2015, but that's not the issue. Investments are not the issue. The Liberals love to throw money left, right, and center. That's their usual modus operandi, but that's not necessarily the right way to do things. So, Mr. Speaker, investing is important, but that's not a magic wand. That's not the only solution. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why the insist on knowing a political party's stance and how they will vote. I'd like to remind the House that in the procedures, votes are a parliamentary right. If we want to follow the practices of the House, then we vote here in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to guarantee say to my colleague that I appreciate her personally, though I don't necessarily agree with her. I'd like to reassure her that the Conservative Party in Canada will vote. Period. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his support for many of the proposals that we made to amend C-13. The Government of Quebec had asks. We tried to adopt as many of those as possible. Things were going well at the beginning, but then there were backroom dealings. The Liberals ended up, in fact, voting against the bill yesterday. Here's what I would like to know. Regarding the Official Languages Action Plan, it's rather surprising. The government says that French is threatened in Quebec, but is only investing in English in Quebec. How does the colleague feel about that? Does he find that logical? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the colleague for La Pointe-Lille for his question. It was a pleasure to work with him. We worked very well together, very effectively. We shared the interest of wanting to protect French, to promote both official languages, and to protect French, which is declining. But he has a Quebecois vision, and we have a Canadian vision. Now, I agree with him that it's unacceptable that 20% of money is being invested in English language communities in Quebec. English is not vulnerable in Quebec and in Canada. French is. Do you know how many Anglophones there are in Quebec versus Francophone minorities outside Quebec? 8%. Why are they getting 20% if they're 8%? Well, I have a hypothesis, Mr. Speaker. Maybe this money is to buy the silence of Anglo MPs from Quebec. I really wonder about that. So I stand in agreement with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois who did great work in committee, which I thank him for. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think today's debate on the Official Languages Act has to be placed in the context of the demographic decline of Francophone minority communities. Given that both Liberal and Conservative governments have consistently failed to reach the 4.4% target of Francophone immigration. Aside from this attempted legislative fix that the Liberals are proposing, does my honourable colleague from the Conservatives have any ideas on why successive Conservative and Liberal governments have failed to reach that target? And does he have any ideas of his own on how to best meet that target? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. A brief reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, the situation with immigration is problematic. The Liberal government has been government since 2015. They reached their goal this year, probably with the help of their marketing firm, because they wanted there to be good articles in the media. They wanted to say that they reached their immigration targets, but that occurred once since 2003. So we do have a big problem. I agree with my colleague. Now, when we form government, when we're on the other side of the House, we will do absolutely everything to ensure that official languages are protected and that the decline of French becomes a priority. Resume debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to congratulate my colleague who I work with, and I would like to congratulate all parties who worked on C13 in committee, because the study lasted quite some time, and I feel that my colleague did extraordinary work to progress as much as possible, given that we were working against the Liberal NDP coalition, which blocked us from passing some important amendments. But all things said, we did do good work. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased today to speak to Bill C13. C13, an Act for the Substantive Equality of Canada's Official Languages, at third reading. We're now at third reading after committee study. Now, an image does come to mind for me when I think about this very recent version of the bill and the whole process which has led to it. Imagine an elephant and a mouse. The elephant is the massive amount of work that we did, and we've given birth to a mouse. That's the result, a mouse. Some will say that this bill is better than nothing, and yes, it is better than nothing, but the fact remains that the bill does not go far enough. It does not do enough. In committee, the Liberal government tabled no fewer than 31 amendments, and they even tabled amendments in the House recently. So despite all the pre-study that they said they had done before the 2021 election and the previous iteration of the bill, and even with their white book, there were so many important elements in the white book which were not retained in the final version of the bill. So the fact that the government tabled so many amendments to a bill that it drafted itself shows how poorly the bill was crafted and drafted. With the help of their loyal allies, the NDP, the Liberals imposed a gag order to rush their bill through. The gag order provided for the fact that after a certain amount of time, all amendments would be deemed adopted by the committee without having been considered or studied. Can you believe that? So much for respecting the work that parliamentarians do in committee. The bill ignores the request for amendments made by the Fédération des Communautés Francophones et Acadiennes and the Commissioner of Official Languages. Their proposals were not included in the final text of the bill, nor was there enough time given to properly discuss their proposals. The FCFA, the Francophone and Acadian Communities Federation, is the biggest organization or grouping of Francophone organizations and Acadian organizations in Canada. They didn't have 80 proposals. They had 6, but none of them made it into the final bill. I could spend hours listing all the problems with this bill, but I will try to concentrate on a few main points for which we proposed amendments. And our party proposed amendments in good faith to give the bill more teeth, to make it stronger, and to ensure that organizations have the tools they need to stop the decline of French in Canada. But unfortunately, our amendments were all defeated by the neoliberal coalition. Now, one issue is the authorities and powers of the Treasury Board. So the Official Languages Act has been around for over 50 years, but the result has been that French is declining everywhere in Canada, and especially in Quebec. So the way that the Official Languages Act was drafted, and especially the way that it's been managed and structured, is problematic, especially oversight and enforcement. So it clearly hasn't been working. Many organizations, truly many of them, everywhere in Canada had some very unanimous proposals, which were even supported by the Liberals in their White Book when they said that the central agency at the Treasury Board would handle enforcement of the Official Languages Act. But that is not what was retained going forward. That's not what they went with, and it's a shame. Because in the current bill, the Act can be modified every 10 years. That's a change. So there is a section of the bill saying that the Act can be revisited or changed every 10 years. Now, we suggested that it be 5 years. That was defeated, our amendment, our suggestion. So 10 years gives a window during which you can see whether it's working, so we would have been able to see whether the central agency handling enforcement of the law was doing well. So within 10 years, after 10 years, we could have worked with the Treasury Board to see whether the enforcement agency was working. And we would have been able to change things if it wasn't working after 10 years. But no, it's more of the same. They're going with continuity. Now, the Minister of Official Languages, despite what she is saying, there are 3 agencies with powers. A majority of Francophone organizations also made this request that there be a central agency, but this was rejected. We put water in our wine. We proposed sub-amendments to find a compromise, but the Liberals turned us down, which confirms their lack of will to produce a bill with any real substance. Next problem would be counting the rights holders, because in its current form, Bill C-13 does not ensure that all children of Section 23 Charter rights holders will be counted in the future. Entitled persons, rights holders, as provided for in the Act, are 3 categories of individuals who have the right to have their children educated in public, elementary, and secondary schools of the official language minority. This right allows the children of rights holders to preserve their mother tongue and to retain their constitutionally guaranteed rights. At present, the government is only required to estimate the number of rights holders. We had a lot of discussion about that, this estimation. We proposed to include a question to this effect in the census, but our proposal was rejected. The situation will unfortunately lead to an underestimation of the number of children who are rights holders. Now, next would be review of the Act. This is problematic. We proposed to provide for review of the bill every 5 years, and as I said, this was rejected. At least it will be done every 10 years. Earlier, I evoked the image of the elephant and the mouse. We did the lion's share we did a lot of work like an elephant and then ended up with a mouse of a bill. We wanted to increase the power of the commissioner, to give the commissioner the tools necessary to enforce the bill in federal organizations. But the issue now is that it'll be the federal government making federal organizations pay fines. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is that there are many agencies and departments who are not necessarily upholding official languages, especially in writing. So messages are being sent everywhere in Canada in English, just in English. Imagine, not translated. Can you believe that? The commissioner could have, through amendments, had been better able to crack down and been better able to do his job, but the neoliberal coalition didn't want to extend the commissioner's powers. And the last point that could have been improved, but was not improved, is Part 7 of the Act. We would have liked to see obligations added to ensure that federal institutions take more action to protect and promote the 2 official languages. So, Mr. Speaker, you are telling me that my time is running out, and I will conclude by saying that it's unacceptable still today to see the current situation. This country has been around for over 150 years. We have 2 founding peoples. So we should have a reflex to protect that. But no, still today in some departments, they're sending out memos and communication only in English. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So it must be stated that the bill we're debating today is incomplete and has several flaws. There are no strengthened powers for the commissioner. There is no centralized enforcement agency. There's no review of the law every 5 years to keep it out of date. After 8 years of this government, it's difficult to trust them to halt the decline of French and to protect and promote both official languages. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to thank my colleagues. The Official Languages Committee may be the least partisan of all committees in the House of Commons. I have been a member for a long time. We have done incredible studies, very educational and informative, interesting studies in committee. But unfortunately, the process of C13 ended up being very different from the original goal, which was to improve the bill with consensus of all parties to ensure that we have the best possible Official Languages Act in Canada. But unfortunately, that's not how things occurred. Thankfully, in 10 years, we will be able to review and revise the Official Languages Act. And when the Conservatives form a majority government at that point, in the next few years or in the next few months, we will review the Act as necessary. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-aux-Lilles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his participation in committee and for his proposals. I would like to hear his opinion on something. Here in the House, Quebec was recognized as a nation with one shared official language, French. We know that language was supposed to be under Quebec's jurisdiction originally. How does he feel about the Quebec government's request to handle languages in its province while respecting the Anglophone community, of course? And how does the colleague feel about the positive measures, the action plan, which invests heavily in English in fields under provincial jurisdiction? And would the colleague agree that we should also review the bill sooner than in 10 years? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. To answer the last question, there were a few questions there. Yes, a Conservative government would review the Act even sooner than 10 years down the line, because it's essential to have a central agency to handle official languages in Canada. Our leader, the member for Carleton, has stated very clearly that this bill is not strong enough, does not go far enough, and needs a central agency. And if you'll allow it, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that there has been total excitement by the Liberals. Some voted for, some voted against yesterday. Quebec Anglophone MPs bent over backwards trying to derail the passage of this bill. We saw very clearly the issues that exist within the Liberal Party of Canada. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague as he thanked me. He does excellent work in the Official Languages Committee. Here's my question. The Minister says that she gets along very well with the Quebec Language Minister, Mr. Roberge. That's interesting because Mr. Roberge made a statement about the major investments being made in Quebec's Anglophone communities. So how does the member feel about that? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, during the process at the very last minute, I think it was less than 12 hours before a committee meeting, we received amendments which sped up the process. We had requests from Quebec, but the bill and its study were sped up, and after that, it was sort of like a round of ping pong between Ottawa and Quebec. They were saying, I like this, we don't like this, we're going to keep this, we're going to scrap this. But even just a few days ago, they were applauding themselves, the government, but maybe they won't be happy with the bill down the line. What we're sure about is that we Conservatives, we will listen to Quebec and we will fix the problems in this bill.
By members, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to the incredible nurses and nurse practitioners in my community of Windsor-Tecumseh, and to say thank you for their dedication and talents and their compassion. On Monday, our community gathered to recognize nurse practitioner Mary Cunningham as the recipient of the Lois Fairley Nurse of the Year Community Service Award. Mary, reflecting on her 46-year career of service above self, much of it taking care of the most vulnerable in the intensive care unit, says she always wanted to be a nurse since she was a little girl. I think when you touch people's lives and you can help people, there's nothing more rewarding than that, says Mary. Mr. Speaker, nursing is a calling, and nurses are our angels. To Mary, my wife Shauna, and all the incredible nurses and nurse practitioners who look after our community, we wish a very happy Nurses Week. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, wildfires continue to ravage communities across Alberta, including in Parkland, Yellowhead, Brazeau County, and Drayton Valley. A state of emergency is in place, and many residents have evacuated to the towns of Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. Last weekend, our community stepped up to help the evacuated families by hosting a pancake breakfast at the Stony Plain Legion. I would like to thank all the volunteers who showed up, including Roger Hebblethwaite and Christine Alex, as well as those from the Stony Plain Legion and the Kinsman Club. I also want to thank our generous local business support, like Friesen Brothers, the Grove RV, and the Co-op, for their generous support. While there has been some rain, the situation remains volatile. I want to thank Parkland Mayor Alan Gamble and MLA Shane Getson and their teams for their leadership. And finally, I also want to thank all of the first responders, particularly our newly deployed Canadian Forces members, for their assistance at this terrible time. This is truly an all-of-Canada effort, and I am so proud of my community for stepping up to help our neighbours in their time of need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to all mothers across Canada who will be celebrating Mother's Day this weekend. As we celebrate this special occasion, I cannot help but reflect on the immense contribution of mothers across Canada. As a member of Parliament, I'm privileged to represent the values and aspirations of my constituents, but today I want to take a moment to recognize the hard work and the dedication of my wife, Monica, who is the mother of 3 and grandmother of 6. She has been a source of inspiration and strength for our family, and her selflessness and devotion to our children and grandchildren has been unwavering. Indeed, mothers everywhere play an essential role in shaping the lives of our children and building strong families and communities. They provide care, support, and guidance to the children, and they instill values that shape their character and shape our future. On Mother's Day, let us celebrate and appreciate the countless contribution of mothers in our lives. Let us honor them, cherish them, and give them the respect they deserve. Happy Mother's Day to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
The out-of-control wildfires in Western Canada have forced thousands of my fellow Albertans from their homes. Even worse, many have no homes left at all, like one of my elders, Harry Superno, a retired community leader and constantly hard-working man. He carved his home out of the bush in the East Prairie Métis settlement. He has raised his children and his grandchildren on that land, passing down many invaluable Indigenous teachings, his home now reduced to ash. But my friends, let me be clear. This crisis is the product of the deadly combination of climate change and UCP austerity. The UCP's cuts to first responders and firefighter programs like the Rappel program have undoubtedly left Albertans with less protection. Albertans are paying for the Conservatives' dismantling and defunding of first responders. To Harry and to folks like him, we are with you, stay strong, and we will rebuild.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à souligner
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution to National Heart Day made by students in my riding from F.J. MacDonald Charlotte School, Charlotte Lemure Public Elementary School, and Mamawi Public Elementary School. This annual event, organized by the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, is dedicated to Indigenous reconciliation. On this day, called Have a Heart, committed young people took the initiative to write to our Prime Minister and advocate for lasting and positive change in the lives of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in Canada. It's heartening to know that such dedicated and caring young people are fighting for justice. With their energy and determination, I'm confident that our future is in very good hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, this week we lost another police officer and 2 more were injured in the line of duty. Sergeant Eric Mueller lost his life while working to keep his community safe. Our condolences go to his family and the entire law enforcement community, and we wish for a speedy recovery for the other officers injured. Across the country, this week in Vernon, BC, the RCMP and School District Number 22 are partnering to hold the John Mingay Memorial Youth Academy in honor of RCMP Constable John Mingay, who lost his life in an accident while on duty in 2005. The Academy provides an opportunity for candidates to explore law enforcement in a hands-on simulated police academy format. It is my hope that the candidates' experiences will lead to a bright future in law enforcement. I also hope that we as legislators can work with law enforcement agencies to draft and amend effective laws that will keep our officers and our communities safe in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The John and Muriel Arneson Award is granted to a couple who served together to make the township of Langley a better place through charitable, philanthropic, or other means. This year's recipients were the Township of Langley residents Darcy and Manjeet Gill. Since 1994, Darcy and Manjeet have both been actively volunteering in the community and have made a significant difference in people's lives. They are or have been involved with the Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation, Langley Meals on Wheels, BC Children's Hospital Foundation, the BC Cancer Society, and the list goes on. Even right now, every week, Manjeet delivers meals to students at HD Stafford Middle School. Our community is very grateful to this couple. Congratulations to Darcy and Manjeet on this recent recognition. Your work makes our community a better place. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all mums, including mine, a happy Mother's Day.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Leo O'Brien, a resident of Brampton North, for his tireless efforts to protect the environment and the turtles that call Heart Lake home. Heart Lake Road divides a conservation area from a marshy wetland. With an increase in traffic, the community noticed a spike in deaths of wildlife on the road. So this, of course, prompted Leo into action, and he recruited a team of volunteers to do the arduous task of gathering data by tracking how many and what type of amphibians and animals were being killed by vehicles. This involved even having to scrape dead turtles off the road and meticulously catalog them. This sad and often gruesome task played a vital role in understanding the impact on the local ecology, which led to the approval of an installation of an eco-fence. A huge victory for Leo and the team of turtle troopers, but also for Bramptonians. As a community, we are fortunate to have someone like Leo, and I want to commend him for his hard work, his passion, and his unwavering commitment to the environment. I hope that his example will inspire others to take action to protect our planet. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Mother's Day is a day to celebrate and honour mothers and mother figures for the love, support and care they provide to their children and families. It is a day to appreciate the sacrifices and hard work that mothers make to raise their children and to maintain their households. The day also recognizes the many different forms of motherhood, including stepmothers, foster mothers, adoptive mothers, and grandmothers. Mother's Day is essential because it promotes gratitude, respect, and love towards the most important women in our lives and strengthens the family bond. It is also important an opportunity to reflect on the importance of our maternal figures and the impact on our society. On a personal note, it is a day that I reflect on the love of my family, my children who have made me the woman that I am today and have given me the reason to fight for this country. And to my own mother, I love you. I thank you for always having my best interests and for the love and support that you've always provided to me. I know you are watching today, so to you, happy Mother's Day, Mom. And so to all of the mothers abroad and here in Canada, happy Mother's Day to all.
Yeah. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I rise today to highlight Canada's continued support for the vital work of the International Criminal Court. Last week, the Minister of Justice and I had the opportunity to meet with Karim Khan, the Chief Prosecutor of the ICC, on his first official visit to Canada. Since its inception, Canada has been a leader in supporting the ICC, and we continue to support its efforts in bringing those who commit atrocity crimes to justice. Victims, survivors, and their families deserve to know the truth and have a path towards justice. While much work remains ahead, I'm encouraged by the leadership and the relentless commitment of Karim Khan towards pursuing accountability. I would like to thank and salute Karim Khan and all of the staff at the ICC for their tireless efforts to ensure that independent and impartial investigations are undertaken and the pursuit of justice is at the center of their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as wildfires rage across Alberta, the people of Edmonton have opened their doors and their hearts to those fleeing the devastation. Adversity brings out the spirit of community adopted by the pioneers who settled our province in the face of much hardship. Many times we have no control over the situations we find ourselves in, but we can control our response. Canadians come together in a crisis. We support each other because that is the Canadian thing to do. Albertans and Canadians understood the need to work together. I'm grateful to those across the country who have traveled to Alberta to aid the firefighting efforts. On behalf of everyone in Alberta, I want to thank those from other provinces and territories for standing with us to fight the wildfires. I hope the federal government will do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, life in Oshawa costs more. Housing is through the roof, food costs are up, and this tired, expensive government is out of touch. While Oshawa seniors struggle, this Prime Minister takes his private jet to New York to take selfies with his rich friends or to one of 5 vacations this year alone. Who pays for this Hollywood lifestyle of his? Canadians and his Trudeau Foundation donors, of course. While this Prime Minister lives it up, seniors are paying twice the amount for rent and have to choose between food and energy. And with his new carbon tax, gas will go up another 41 cents per litre. To make things worse, the Liberals' catch and release justice makes our streets less safe, and by decriminalizing hard drugs, we are seeing record overdose and violent crime skyrocketing. Why won't he put the needs of victims ahead of the rights of repeat violent offenders? Mr. Speaker, Oshawa needs a Prime Minister who works for them, not this Prime Minister who is out of the country, out of touch, while Canadians are out of money.
The Honourable l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Monsieur le Président, je joins ma voix à...
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues who are concerned about Conservatives' Bill C-311, which attempts to reopen the abortion debate. Our government will always protect access to abortion and affirm that it's an essential right for women's health. Budget 2023 committed $36 million to Health Canada to renew the Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund and ensure access to sexual and reproductive health care for vulnerable populations across the country. Since 2015, we invested more than $500 million in international assistance for reproductive health and expanded access to the abortion pill. In Canada, our mothers fought hard for their rights until abortion was decriminalized in 1988. But the fight for women's rights is far from over. On this side of the House, it's unequivocal. We're proudly pro-choice, and we always will be.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Hearing a parent say to you, once they are dead, there is no helping them, is terrible. Across Canada, so many people have lost their loved ones to the toxic drug crisis. In the past 6 years, nearly 25,000 Canadians have died of apparent overdoses. Moms Stop the Harm are fighting back in the name of their precious children, the ones that they have lost, using all of that pain to take action for every opportunity to save a life. A recent report by the Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction found that fewer than 1 in 4 people with problematic substance use accessed services. Many constituents have talked to me about safe consumption, knowing that Safe Supply is there to address what is killing their loved ones, the toxic drug supply. This is not a treatment for addiction. It is an intervention to keep people alive.
That's right.
There is nothing I would not do to keep someone alive long enough to consider treatment. To save lives, we must stop the stigma.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, du 8 au 10 septembre.
From September 8 to 10, you're cordially invited to the most important aerial festival in Quebec, Volaria. With more than 50,000 visitors last year, this proudly homegrown festival is thinking big. Open-air museum, breathtaking air shows, a showcase for the future with the latest technological advances in aerospace, job fair, family zone. Everything's there to make your weekend unforgettable. As if that weren't enough, the Volaria Festival is certified Level 3 carbon neutral. You know about my passion for developing aeronautics in Mirabel. I often speak about it, whether it's in terms of employment, the future of the Mirabel Airport, or developing aeronautics. It's of paramount importance for our people. This summer, don't miss out on the fun. Put wonder in your schedule. Welcome to all, and I wish the festival every success.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, according to Stats Canada, over 115,000 widowed seniors are living below the poverty line. Wow. These are men and women who have worked their entire lives building this country, but are no longer able to put food on the table. Instead, they are waiting in long lineups at their local food bank. In fact, according to Global News, over 3,200 people are being served weekly at a Toronto food bank. Food banks are on the verge of collapse. The annual budget of $1.8 million has now become their monthly budget. What will happen when these food banks have no choice but to turn away hungry people due to this Liberal government's out-of-control inflationary spending? Mr. Speaker, it's clear. These Liberals are out of touch and Canadian seniors are out of money. Our common-sense Conservative leader will make life more affordable and fix what these Liberals have broken.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was such an important day for Canadian sport. Our government announced reforms to the Canadian sports system that will improve governance and accountability, increase athlete engagement and decision-making, and enhance safe sport practices right across our country. Canadians love sport. It keeps us happy and healthy and ensures that our communities are active, connected, and engaged. The changes announced yesterday will ensure that sport continues to be that healthy, happy place for kids and all participants right across our country. Through the Community Sport for All initiative, our government has partnered with organizations like Participaction, Canadian Women in Sport, Kids Sport, Spirit North, and Canadian Tire Jumpstart, and the results are incredible. Hundreds of thousands of additional children have had opportunities to learn physical literacy skills, meet new friends, and set new goals because our government's investments in affordable and accessible community-level sport programs from coast to coast to coast. Last month, I had the chance to go to Canmore, Alberta, and visit Spirit North to see firsthand how they're working with First Nations communities and leaders to bring sport and traditional activities to Stoney Nakoda youth and Indigenous kids right across Canada. I love to see it, Mr. Speaker, and the weather is great, so let's get out and play.
A little reminder to folks who have their cell phones near the microphones, just make sure that we put them on our seats when we're up speaking, just so there's no feedback in the sound system for our interpreters. Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Canadians are unable to access basic services, and our streets are being roamed by violent, repeat offenders, and housing and food costs are out of control. And where's the Prime Minister been? Well, so far this year, he's been on 5 luxury vacations. It's as if he doesn't care at all. So is the Prime Minister's only interest in Canada that Canadians are picking up the tab for these luxurious vacations?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the Prime Minister did go on vacation in Christmas with his family to a friend's house. The member's opposite obsession with the Prime Minister personally is, of course, driven by a partisan interest. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a great number of things in front of this House that have an enormous impact on Canadians' day-to-day life. Whether or not it's our dental care plan, whether or not it's the investments we're making in housing or to lift people from homelessness. Mr. Speaker, I would say that there's a lot better issues to be focusing on.
Gentleman member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
These Liberals are out of touch. Canadians are out of money, and often we find that the Prime Minister is out of the country. And meanwhile, an entire generation of Canadians have given up on ever owning a home. So while the Prime Minister is jet-setting and spending 3 months average rent on a single night hotel room, Canadians are wondering whether or not they're going to be able to keep the lights on and be able to feed their families. So when will the Prime Minister step out of the luxury suite and step up for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why they're focusing on the Prime Minister is to cover up for their lack of a housing plan. We've been working hard every single day to make sure that more and more Canadians have access to a safe and affordable place to call home. We've put investments in place to help renters to pay the rent. We've put investments in place to build more supply. And what do? They vote against it, come to this House, focus on the Prime Minister, and then pretend to care about housing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, no one has ever spent as much to achieve so little as that housing minister and these Liberals. The only thing that seems to get them out of bed in the morning to support their Prime Minister is to make sure that his next taxpayer-funded trip is paid for by Canadians. He's been out of the country on vacations, his most recent one paid for by by a donor to the Trudeau Foundation. And now he's tuning up the jet to head off again next week. So while drug use and crime rage, food bank use soars, is the Prime Minister ready to park the taxpayer-funded jet and step up for Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when we're facing the challenges of really the existential challenge of climate change, at a time when we're dealing with the worst inflation crisis that this planet has faced in a very long time, it doesn't matter that Canada is leading the world. It's ahead of the G7. It's ahead of the average of both the G7, the G20, the Eurozone, Japan. We are now having it down below 5%. But the member now is suggesting that going to the G7 and representing our nation amongst G7 nations to talk about the future is a vacation and that he should not be there. It shows just how out of touch the party across the way is, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this government is out of touch. After 8 years of this government, everything is more expensive. And now it wants to impose a 41 cents a litre tax on gas. Our farmers are suffering from an increase in the price of inputs and fuel. Processors and distributors are also exasperated. And 1.5 million Canadians are now going to food banks. In fact, at Moisson-Beauce, in my riding, there's been an increase of 27.5%. The government's role should be simple, to ensure that Canadians can put food on the table. When will this government understand that enough is enough? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague should know that our government is there to help farmers. We have improved the advance payments program, which enables farmers to get no-interest loans of up to $350,000. We have also improved our program for good agricultural farm practices, and we have also signed with Quebec and the other provinces and territories our partnership agreement. $367 million for Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister has her head in the clouds, because what Canadians want is tangible solutions to the crisis and the cost of living. This government prefers to increase taxes and watch Canadians starve. There is a very clear report on food prices for 2023. A 4-person family will have to spend $1,065 additional to feed themselves. When will this government show some good sense? When will it commit to not imposing more taxes? I want a date, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure my colleagues saw this, but last week I called upon a new bid for tender for the local food initiative. This is a fund that will help community gardens, community greenhouses, food banks, seniors programs, everyone who is involved in our food system on a local and regional level. All those stakeholders can now submit their financial projections all through the Agriculture and Agri-Food Department. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to follow what the Liberals are saying about the Century Initiative and its objective of increasing the population to 100 million. On the one hand, they say they reject the initiative, but on the other, they are refusing to support our motion, which rejects the initiative. So on the one hand, they're saying they will not set the same targets as that initiative, 500,000 people a year, but on the other hand, their own target for 2025 is 500,000 people. So they say they're closing the door to the Century Initiative, but actually they're leaving it wide open, and they're doing the same thing. Do they think Quebecers will be fooled by this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The Century Initiative is not government policy. The government does not adhere to the conclusions of that independent group. The government's objective is not to increase Canada's population to 100 million. We have announced our immigration targets for the next 3 years. Those targets were set as a function, Mr. Speaker, of the needs of Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe the Liberals when they say they're not drawing inspiration from the Century Initiative because their immigration targets are identical. But let's give them a chance. We still don't know what their targets will be for after 2025, so perhaps they will not copy the Century Initiative's targets after 2025. So my next question, will they commit before Quebecers to ensuring that their targets from 2026 will be under the Century Initiative target of 500,000 people a year? Or, on the contrary, will they confirm through their silence that they are indeed copying the Century Initiative? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we'll repeat it once more for the Bloc Québécois to properly understand it. The Century Initiative is not government policy, and the Bloc Québécois should stop fear-mongering. And secondly, as the Bloc Québécois knows very well, we are the level of government that gives the most money to Quebec for helping immigrants learn French. We are there with millions of dollars a year to work with the government of Quebec to ensure that immigrants coming to Quebec will be able to speak French. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always be there to defend Quebec's interests.
North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the poppy helps us commemorate the sacrifice and bravery of the women and men who served in the Canadian Armed Forces. Canadians are proud to wear their poppy in remembrance, but not Conservative Premier Danielle Smith. She's picking a fight with veterans to try and score political points for herself. It's shameful.
Shame.
Will the minister stand up for veterans and condemn the remarks of Danielle Smith?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. It's so important that we pay respect to our veterans. We have and always will. What we have to do is pay respect to our veterans and make sure that we support our veterans. I can assure you on both issues that's what this government is doing and will continue to do. Thank you for the question.
I just want to remind folks to make sure that our questions and comments are about government, federal government issues for things that are actually in the heart. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Canada's corporate watchdog is responsible for ensuring that Canadian companies act ethically abroad. Yet in 5 years, with an annual budget of millions of dollars, no investigations have been done to protect Indigenous people, the environment, or human rights. This failure allows bad companies to act with impunity. This harms Canada's reputation, and it makes Canadian companies complicit in rape, in murder, and in the destruction of Indigenous communities. I put forward legislation that would strengthen corporate responsibility. When will the Liberals do what they always do, copy the NDP work, and fix the core?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for this, for her question. At the very heart of Canada's trade policy is an inclusive trade policy. At the very heart of our policy is responsible business conduct. We, for the very first time, appointed a ombudsperson for corporate responsibility. She has set up shop. She is doing her work. I look forward to working with my honourable colleague and with all members here to ensure that Canadian businesses operating anywhere around the world is operating with those high standards led by Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, instead of addressing their passport and immigration backlogs, these Liberals are disrespecting our veterans and Canadian Armed Forces who protect our sovereignty and freedom. The government's useless and unnecessary passport redesign will erase the image of Vimy Ridge, the place where Canada came of age and first fought as a unified force. How do these Liberals explain to our veterans and Canadians who served our country that their sacrifice is not even worth one page on our passports?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So just for everyone to know, every 10 years the government updates their passports to actually protect Canadians from fraudsters and ensure it's hard to counterfeit them. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. This is about ensuring Canadians get the most secure and reliable passports they can use around the world. And the Conservatives just don't get that.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, that member doesn't get it that we get to sit in here because of the sacrifice made by our veterans. That's right. The brave Canadians who served at Vimy Ridge are not the only ones that are getting caught up in the Liberals' cancel culture. From Terry Fox to Nellie McClung, famous Canadians are being erased from our passports. With our rich history and culture, you would think that the iconic beaver might actually get a mention in this passport, but instead they went with squirrel holding the nut. Does this government really think that all Canada has to offer are underrepresented rodents?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
One of the greatest darknesses ever known to man began to cast its shadow over Europe. Canada responded in an unprecedented way, sending tens upon tens of thousands of men into harm's way. Every single one of us, viscerally and deeply, understands the sacrifices that they make and made at that point, and that those in our armed forces make now on behalf of democracy. There isn't a person in this House who isn't seized by that. How we honor it, the ways in which we recognize it may differ, but let us never question our commitment to that cause, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, every year, Canadians of all stripes travel to France to honour those that made the ultimate sacrifice at Vimy Ridge. I myself have made that trip in a place where Canada defined itself as a nation and a place that unites us all. That is why everyone was stunned, including veterans like myself, that this government has decided that they need to wipe it and other important symbols that define our nation from the new passport design. When will this minister reverse course and stop trying to erase Canadian history?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we understand history and what took place when a honourable colleague's party was in power. In fact, they slashed 1,000 employees from Veterans Affairs. They slashed funding to Veterans Affairs. They slashed funding to commemorative program. They slashed 17% from the commemorative program, which includes Vimy Ridge. And I was at Vimy Ridge a few weeks ago, and I announced $12 million to make sure that the commemorative program continues as it should. We have and always will respect veterans and make sure we attend to veterans as properly as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister that said veterans were asking for too much. That's right. The Legion was disappointed, saying that removing the image was a poor decision. The Vimy Ridge Foundation, whose mission is to teach Canadian shared history, said they are disappointed, especially with the decision coming just after a month after the 106th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Mr. Speaker, was the Minister of Veterans Affairs consulted on this change? Is he okay with this government trying to erase the memory and sacrifices of Canadian veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister that decided we would reverse the track that the previous government was on slashing veterans funds, on closing veterans offices right across the country, on slashing funds to commemorative programs in Europe. We have, Mr. Speaker, and this government has put $2 billion extra per year in the pockets of veterans. We have to and make sure that we treat veterans properly, because that is why we're able to say what we like in this House. We have and will continue to support veterans, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, once again, this Liberal government is doing whatever it wants and having the gall to eliminate symbols that are dear to Canadians from the new version of the Canadian passport. Mr. Speaker, instead of respecting those who fought for our liberty, why is this government just following its whims and sacrificing these images that mean freedom for thousands of Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, do you know what the Conservatives are good for? They are very good at dividing Canadians, using fear-mongering and divisive rhetoric. This passport update that is being used to protect Canadians from fraud, they're trying to turn it into a culture war. Mr. Speaker, they're trying to bring Trump's culture wars to Canada. We will not be influenced by that. We will continue to help our veterans, just as the minister said. And symbols will always be respected in Canada. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the government's design for the passport to replace historic symbols by representations of heritage is just not acceptable. It's an affront and shows a real lack of respect for veterans. Will this government show some respect or judgment and redesign this so-called modern version of the passport? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian passport is one of the most trustworthy travel documents in the world, as we all know. We can celebrate our history in this House and throughout Canada in many, many ways. And we can also ensure that our passports, I think we're losing the narrative here, because the important thing is that our passports must be secure. And that's what we're doing. We will continue to commemorate Canada's history without compromising travelers' safety. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims that he was unaware of threats against the member for Wellington-Halton Hills in 2021. No one actually believes that, but let's pretend that we do. This morning, the Globe and Mail revealed that CSIS had an extremely thick file against the expelled Chinese diplomat. He had been taking photos and tracing dissidents for the Chinese regime, interfering with Liberal minister staff to distance them from the pro-Taiwan movement. According to the Globe and Mail, Global Affairs and the PMO knew all that since 2020. Why did they wait until this Monday to expel the diplomat? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, we take the issue of foreign interference very seriously. And of course, we will not accept foreign interference in our democracy. That's why, after thoughtful reflection, after balancing all the various possible consequences judiciously, but also considering our principles and with pragmatism, we decided to act. We took a decision after calling in the ambassador, and we decided to expel the Chinese diplomat in question, and that was the right decision. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, Mr. Speaker, not only are the Liberals asking us to believe that they didn't know anything about the threats against the member for Wellington-Halton Hills in 2021, they also say that they weren't aware of the other regrettable actions of this diplomat, even though that was known since 2020. And they're also telling us that they didn't know that the diplomat was being closely surveilled by CSIS since 2019? I mean, really, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals clearly don't want to act against Chinese interference or cast light on the situation. When will there finally be a public and independent inquiry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that my colleague has been following what's happening in this file. He knows that a special rapporteur was appointed, the former Governor General, David Johnston, who is doing his work, and we should let him do his work. He will be coming back to us with recommendations. The Minister for Public Safety is following this closely. And on our side, based on the facts that have been discovered, we decided to declare that this diplomat was persona non grata.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, this government knew that a diplomat at Beijing's Toronto consulate was spying on Chinese Canadians and sending information back to Beijing's secret police. At the same time, this government knew that the very same diplomat was targeting a sitting member of parliament. And for 3 long years, this government did nothing. Either this Prime Minister is grossly incompetent, or he just doesn't care about protecting Chinese Canadians from Beijing? Which is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when a foreign government comes at one of us, it comes at all of us. While Conservatives try to politicize and play partisan games, we are taking real action to keep Canadians safe. Mr. Speaker, you have a government here that cares, a government that works off our Canadian values with empathy. And we want to ensure that all members of Parliament move forward working together with our family, our friends, our neighbours, based on those very values. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I say this to the members opposite. Let's all consider our responsibility to our citizenship versus our responsibility to our politics. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is an insult to Chinese Canadians. This government expelled one Beijing diplomat after they got caught doing nothing. But it gets worse. According to national security sources, CSIS has provided this government with a list of other Beijing diplomats identified for expulsion because of the threat they pose to Chinese Canadians. How many names are on that list? How many more warnings from CSIS is this government ignoring?
Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we take the issues of foreign interference extremely seriously. In fact, we took this issue so seriously, we started implementing measures as soon as we took office, something I'd like to remind Canadians Conservatives never did. The Leader of the Opposition actually said, while members want to heckle because they don't want to hear the fact that the Leader of the Opposition actually admitted when he was the Democratic minister, he actually didn't do anything to do with foreign interference because he didn't think it was in his political interest. We don't believe in that. We're going to take protection to protect our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Minister for Foreign Affairs doesn't want to answer these questions. Mr. Speaker, we learned that this diplomat was being surveilled by CSIS for 3 years. We know that he targeted a member of Parliament 2 years ago, and that headlined the Globe and Mail, and it took that headline for the government to finally expel the diplomat this week. And now, what do we learn? That the government's own department knew about this since 2020. Why did the Prime Minister let this intelligence officer operate in Canada for 3 years? How many Canadians fell victim, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague forgot to pay attention to what was happening at committee yesterday. Jenny Burns, Pierre Poilievre's confidant and strategist. One cannot use the proper names of members of Parliament. The Honourable Minister, I'll repeat, Jenny Byrne, a strategist and confidant for the Leader of the Opposition, someone who has his ear. She said at committee yesterday that, in fact, when the Leader of the Opposition was Minister for Democratic Institutions, he never did anything about foreign interference. So we will not take any lessons from our Conservative colleagues on this. We will be there to take action for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's pathetic. Globe and Mail sources led to the expulsion of the diplomat in less than 1 week, even though the Minister of Foreign Affairs knew about it for 3 weeks. Her own department. And even more shocking, we now know that the Department of Foreign Affairs had a list of diplomats since 2020 whose expulsion could be considered because of their participation in activities of foreign interference and threats outside of their diplomatic functions. Just one expulsion, yet there is a list of Beijing operators who continue their dubious activities in the country, and yet the minister is not taking this seriously. When will she finally protect all Canadians from diplomats who are still in their position? The Honourable Leader.
In opposition as a critic to public safety, and we were watching the horrors that happened to Mr. El-Mahdi, Mr. El-Melki, and Mr. Nuruddin. And we were reviewing the recommendations of Justice O'Connor and Justice Iacobucci. And there were calls, critical calls then, for the government to act, to create an oversight committee of parliamentarians that could look into every aspect of security and intelligence. The Conservatives refused to act. Even in the wake of those tragedies, they refused to move year after year after year. When our government came in, we made sure that happened, and that's why they could see every piece of intelligence, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario's Green Belt is a world-class program that protects critical farmland, wetlands, and forests, yet the Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, thinks the Green Belt is a scam. Well, you know what else some people think a scam is? Inviting developers to donate to your daughter's wedding is a scam. And then handing over the Greenbelt to these same conservative connected donors is a scam. So when will this federal government take action under the Impact Assessment Act to prevent the corrupt Doug Ford developer scam from further selling out our environment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we can all be proud of in this place is that we put in a national urban park in Rouge Urban National Park, which is an amazing jewel for our city. It is something that we have worked on and that we protect. It has species that are very important and endangered that we protect within that space. We have started a study through the Impact Assessment Agency to make sure that we're taking into account all possible impacts on that park. And we will always be there to support our urban green spaces that are so important to us.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
According to a media report, nurses are leaving the public healthcare system in droves and returning through private job placement agencies. The healthcare crisis is getting worse under the Liberals' watch. Poor work conditions, low wages, forced overtime, and high patient-to-nurse ratios is causing burnt out. The structural problems must be addressed, and Budget 2023 missed the mark. Will the Liberals work with the provinces to ensure nurses get the respect, resources, and support they need so that patients can get the care they deserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question and take this opportunity to acknowledge that this week is National Nurses Week. So I'd like to thank every nurse from coast to coast to coast, including our Minister of Seniors, I might just say, but there are others, and nurses do absolutely the most important work, and it's a very, very thankless position sometimes. So I would like to thank them. To the substantive question, Mr. Speaker, nurses deserve fair wages. They deserve a safe environment for work. They deserve better work conditions, and that's why Budget 2023 invests $198.6 billion in our healthcare system, including better wages for those who care for the most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Delors.
Mr. Speaker, in recent days, many Canadians have expressed deep concern over the developing political crisis in Pakistan. This in the wake of the violent arrest of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Thanks to our strong people-to-people ties, most Canadians have a family member, friend, or neighbor with deep links to Pakistan. There is real concern about what this unrest means for loved ones overseas and for the region generally. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell this House what the Government of Canada is doing about these events?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Pierrefonds-Delors, a fantastic writing, for his important question. The recent images of the Imran Khan arrest are deeply troubling, and so we are very preoccupied with the political crisis that is happening right now in Pakistan, and we're monitoring the situation very closely, and I'm receiving regular updates. Of course, Canada will always stand up for human rights, for the rule of law, for democratic values, and free and fair elections, and so we'll continue to engage on this very issue with Pakistan and, of course, with the community here in Canada.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, this past month, a constituents' bill for natural gas was $168.50. The federal carbon tax was $30.78. This is more than the individual charges for delivery, transportation costs, and HST. Under this government, it's evident that life costs more for Canadians with the rising costs of gas, heat, and food. How are regular Canadians supposed to keep up? Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister get rid of the carbon tax and prioritize the financial needs of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for that question because it gives me an opportunity again to talk a bit about how carbon pricing works. And let's be clear that the way that carbon pricing works is that every bit of that money that comes through the carbon price is returned to the province. That is to the families in the province, as well as to the hospitals, the schools, and the cities in the province of Ontario. Every penny goes back. supports people in her community. We as a government are, in addition, providing supports to Canadians, be it through the dental benefits, be it through childcare, be it through the child benefit. We are there to support Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living, and now the Liberals plan a 41-cent a litre tax on gas, groceries and home heating. Liberal deficits are driving up inflation, which means higher interest rates, which make mortgages more expensive and harder to qualify for. Prices have doubled, down payments have doubled, rents have doubled, and new housing construction is falling because of high interest rates and red tape. When will this government stop increasing taxes, stop its inflationary deficit, and let the builders build?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, it's a little hard to take Conservatives seriously when they talk about affordability, when we have several affordability measures that are in front of the Finance Committee right now, and instead of talking about those measures, they've turned them away. They've been filibustering for 23 hours. Food banks were scheduled to visit us. We wanted to hear from them. The Bloc wanted to hear from them. The NDP wanted to hear from them. The Cons, they wanted to talk to themselves. Stop the filibuster, let's get to work.
There you go. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
This Prime Minister's tax and spend policies are driving up the cost of everything, and now he has plans to push the tax on gas to 41 cents a litre. What happened to his promises to help the middle class? Like Brandon from Langley, who wrote to me recently, I am one of many middle-class citizens getting pushed down to the lower class. So here's my question for the Prime Minister. Will he reverse course? Will he stop the never-ending tax increases and finally stand up for the middle class?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that we know for certain. When it comes to Canadians, Conservatives will always hold them back. They voted against the CCB, they voted against dental care, they voted against rental supports, they voted against everything, including childcare at a certain point, Mr. Speaker. They tore up the agreements from the previous government when we were in power. Mr. Speaker, what we know about Conservatives is during their time, 2.7 million more Canadians were in poverty than they are today. We have 450,000 more children out of poverty today than when they were in power. Mr. Speaker, they keep holding Canadians back. We're lifting them up.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't take it anymore. We've said it again and again in every way. But this Prime Minister, what's he doing? Well, he plans to further increase the carbon tax, which, contrary to what he says, will have consequences everywhere in Canada and especially in Quebec. Now, everyone will be impacted by this. Farmers and truckers will have to pay even higher costs, which means that all Canadians at the end of the day will have to pay the price and pay more. So will this Prime Minister wake up and drop his disastrous policies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can reassure my colleague across the way that our government has not stopped working tirelessly and relentlessly to help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in the 2023 budget, we have measures to tax the wealthiest Canadians. We are moving ahead with our 2% stock buyback tax and taxing dividends. Mr. Speaker, we're ready to do all that. And what are the Conservatives doing? Well, they're blocking, obstructing, filibustering. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to get to work. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the federal courts are short 85 judges, which is leading to stays of proceedings against criminals. That is the warning of Richard Wagner, Supreme Court Chief Justice, in a letter obtained by Radio-Canada. Liberal ministers are accountable for these delays because they have always interfered with appointments. They filter candidates through Elections Canada data to find Liberal donors. They consult with each other among Liberals to find out who's part of the Liberal family. When will they stop wasting time on partisanship and appoint missing judges based on their qualifications?
Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The government has appointed more than 600 judges since November 2015. We appoint judges to the bench more efficiently than any other government, and yet we know it is still not enough. We're working to fill vacancies in various provinces. We spoke with members of the judiciary as well as the bar to encourage more people to apply to the bench. We will continue to make appointments at a steady rate, and the number of vacancies will continue to decline, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, delays in judicial appointments remind us of the following coincidence in 2019. The process resulted in 6 judges being appointed in New Brunswick. 5 of 6 were close to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. 3 were his donors. There was his brother-in-law's wife and his neighbor. Obviously, as a result, it's more difficult today to appoint judges. We can no longer count on the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Mr. Speaker. He's done his part. But, Mr. Speaker, a question. Wouldn't justice be better served by an impartial, independent appointment process at arm's length for ministers and based solely on competence? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that appointments are nonpartisan and independent. It's important because we are a country with the rule of law. We can all agree on that. It's a priority for us as well to ensure that our appointments are representative of the Canadian population so that the bench is representative of Canadians. We will work with the judicial system. We will work with various representatives of society and government. We will also work with the Justice Minister, who is the first Justice Minister to have named so many judges in the history of Canada. So this is a priority for us and will continue to be a priority. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, disturbing reports from the National Post show that the Liberal NDP way of drug safe supply is actually subsidizing harm. It states the government's approach has, quote, caused the street price of hydromorphone, the primary opioid dispensed at safer supply sites, to drop an estimated 70 to 95% in cities with safer supply programs, unquote. This illegal resale market is flooding streets with dangerous drugs. When will the Liberals stop these black markets and end their harmful drug policies?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Mental Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government takes diversion of regulated substances very seriously. This is a very worrisome issue, and this can apply to all prescription medications and safe supply substances. Healthcare professionals, as well as those who manage safe supply, must follow federal policy on regulated substances, including rules to prevent diversion. We will continue to prioritize this and take necessary action as needed.
Colonial Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's disturbing to see that member not take seriously the addiction and drug overdose deaths that are continuing to rise.
Shame.
It's being reported patients take their government-supplied drugs off-site, and this is fueling a new black market that is driving street drug prices down. Physicians are saying this is even leading to a rise in new addictions, particularly among youth and individuals in recovery. When will the Liberals stop fueling addiction and stop their harmful drug policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, will you take an evidence-based approach to solve for the addictions epidemic and the poisoned opioid crisis that's having such a devastating impact on our community? Mr. Speaker, it's been really alarming over the last couple of weeks to hear the members from the Conservative parties blaming addicts, people who use drugs for this crisis, Mr. Speaker. We take an evidence-based, a science-first approach. Their fact-free approach is absolutely atrocious, and it's going to lead to more harm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, the Prime Minister is out of touch and Canadians are out of money. Once fully implemented, the Liberal carbon tax will cost Canadians an additional 41 cents for a litre of gas, driving up the cost of groceries even higher and sending even more Canadians to the food bank for their next meal. Mr. Speaker, when is this Liberal government going to cancel their inflation-causing carbon tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things I have a hard time with these questions is that carbon pricing is in fact a market mechanism. What it does is it encourages industry to be more efficient and to reduce their emissions. what that does is it actually makes them more competitive in a world where that's exactly what people are looking for. I would expect my members opposite to be supportive of anything we can do to help our industry be at the cutting edge in green technologies, which, by the way, we are.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, forests and trees purify the air that we breathe. They improve water quality, they promote biodiversity, and they help cool our urban centres. Their ability to capture and store carbon makes them an effective natural means to combat climate change. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change tell the House what the government is doing to promote and to support projects to plant new trees? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. We know that one of our best allies in the fight against climate change is nature. On Wednesday, at the Montreal Climate Summit, Canada's Minister of the Environment and Climate Change announced a $40 million investment from the federal $2 billion tree program in 3 projects that will plant a total of 275,000 trees in Montreal and in Vaudreuil-Dorion. Planting over 250,000 trees in Montreal is sure to contribute to the happiness of residents and the health of the planet.
Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, Japan and South Korea, tremendous allies and trading partners, are choosing cheap Russian crab over crab caught by our fishermen. As a result, the Newfoundland and Labrador snow crab industry is at a standstill. In 2022, according to the Japan Times, Japan imported a record $1.6 billion worth Canadian of Russian seafood. The biggest import in that category was snow crab at 40 million pounds. So why has this Liberal government failed to convince our Asian friends to ban Russian crab and to defund dictators and support jobs for Canadian fishermen?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is known for its sustainable, ethical, and premium quality snow crab, and it's thanks to Canada's hard-working fish harvesters. That's why we're taking a Team of Canada approach, working closely with industry and Atlantic provinces and raising these concerns with our Japanese counterparts. Our government, Mr. Speaker, has proven this time and time again. We will stand up for Canadian fish and seafood sector, the fishers that work it, and will help export the top quality products around the world.
Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what that government's proven time and time again is that they're a complete failure. The U.S. banned the importing of Russian crab in June of 2022. This Liberal government has been aware of the continued Japanese and Korean purchasing of snow crab from Russia and was warned of the effect that it would have last October. Our trade deficit with Japan and South Korea combined is at least $5 billion. So while the Prime Minister is jet-setting to Japan and South Korea next week, will he convince our allies to follow suit with the U.S. to ban Russian crab, defund dictators, and support paychecks for Canadian fishermen?
The Honourable Minister for Export Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the passion for fishermen, because we do too on this side. Yeah. We stand up for Canadian fishers. We stand up for Canadian industries. We have issued sanctions against Russia. We stand up for Ukraine. Absolutely, this is an issue that is on our radar, and I'm not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to good trade deals and standing strong so that we can have terrific trade with our trading partners all around the world. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, meeting notes obtained via Access to Information reveal that the union representing prison staff is alarmed that at Corrections Canada's existing prison farm, staff are required to work with inmates after hours in unsafe conditions that include being alone and unaccompanied and being denied the personal paging devices necessary to call for immediate backup. The union's fears include, and I quote, the potential for assault and hostage-taking. If the government can't provide safe working conditions at its existing relatively small prison farm, how will it do so at its planned vast new goat and cow milking operation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and it's a good opportunity right now, and I appreciate the question, to reflect on a lot of the work that the minister is doing right now, this being one of them, working with our partners to ensure a lot of what the minister or the member brings up is being dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, sports development of children, fostering physical fitness, teamwork, discipline, and resilience, while also promoting overall health and well-being. And our Canadian athletes contribute to our national unity, cultural diversity, and pride. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport tell this House, the parents who have children participating in sports, and our athletes at the national and international levels, the strong measures our government is taking to ensure responsible cultural change Canadians want to see in sports, a culture that will benefit the safety and well-being of our athletes and lead to more success as a system?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was a really important day in Canadian sport. Our government announced reforms to the Canadian sport system, which will contribute to sustainable culture change through improved governance and accountability, increased athlete engagement and decision-making, and enhanced safe sport measures right across our country. Better diversity and athlete representation on boards with term limits and resources for athletes to ensure that they get the governance training that they need to be active and productive members of each board. I'd like to thank every athlete and participant who has stepped up bravely to tell their story, contributing to these sport reforms. Mr. Speaker, this has been a heavy lift and a team effort. I want to thank everybody involved. It's a great day for Canadian sport.
Honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Sudanese Canadians in my riding, Inam and Hani, have been pleading with this government for help. Their families are stuck in Sudan amidst violence, and the government is nowhere to be found. This government's disorganized evacuation program left people behind with restrictive criteria. Now Inam and Hani agonize over whether they will ever see or hear from their loved ones ever again. Will this government expand and broaden the special immigration measures to allow Sudanese Canadians to bring their loved ones to safety?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I thank the member for his question. The situation in Sudan is highly volatile, and we are deeply concerned for the safety of Sudanese people. That's why we've announced that we are introducing immigration measures to support Sudanese nationals in Canada who are unable to return home. We're also providing facilitative measures and expediting process of their application free of charge, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to help the people of Sudan and help their family here. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, newcomers to Canada who apply for permanent residency wait for endless months for the decision that will give them this coveted status. When they finally receive an email telling them that they have been accepted, well, I don't need to tell you that it is a great joy for them. However, there is one problem. Although it is 2023, with all the technology and the amount of civil servants we have, the government takes between 4 to 8 months to produce and mail the permanent resident card that allows them to obtain the services that they need and are entitled to. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether we can expect a simple directive to be sent to the department so that they provide the resident card at the same time as the confirmation of permanent residency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Immigration Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. We need to be very clear. We are doing everything we can to reduce waiting times and processing times in permanent residency applications. But we also have returned to our 60-day service standard, and in 2022, we welcomed over 437,000 new permanent residents, which is a record since 1913. So, Mr. Speaker, this is good news for Canada. We have modernized the immigration system in Canada, and this modernization means we are doing things well to return to our service standards. We will continue to help those who want to come to Canada, and we will help them as fast as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. A point of order from the Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question period today, the member for Burnaby North Seymour used language referring to another political party here in a pejorative term. Mr. Speaker, I encourage you to look at the record. If this is the new standard in the House, I'm looking forward to the various things I'll be referring to his party with.
I believe we will review that, but I will remind folks that we have Liberal Party, Conservative Party, Bloc Québécois, New Democratic Party, so the Green Party. So we all have our names. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's not just have a random accusation. Like if I said something, let's hear what I said.
Let me feel it. The honourable member at the end of the question, the honourable member said cons rather than conservatives. So maybe the member just retracted and we can move on. No? Okay.
You need to apologize?
Yeah, the honourable member.
I'll retract it, and if I hurt that member's feelings, I truly apologize.
Okay. Just a reminder to use the best terms we possibly can. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you.
I need to hear this, guys.
Speaker, I appreciate your efforts in keeping order in the House. There was a comment during question period. I just wanted to clarify. Talking about our nation's veterans and how we support them in the public is absolutely a matter for discussion in this House. Yeah. The poppy, that powerful symbol of support for the sacrifice of our nation's veterans, is also a very appropriate issue to raise in the House. And Conservative Premier Daniel Smith's despicable comments about poppies and veterans is absolutely appropriate to raise in the House, and Conservatives, frankly, should be ashamed of themselves.
Just a full reminder to be able to talk about things that are important to Canadians and to the government of Canada are to be asked in this House, not governments in other provinces. Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Directly related to the business of the federal government, Mr. Speaker, a number of times, a parliamentary secretary, in response to questions on the carbon tax, referenced, and I'm paraphrasing, but more or less said, Canadians get every penny back that they pay into that program. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to table the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report that definitively proves that they are wrong.
I'm hearing a lot of no's on this, so we'll move on to that. So we have order. Let's go to daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, en vertu du règlement.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2. I have the honor of tabling, in both official languages, the International Tropical Timber Agreement 2006, concluded in Geneva on January 27, 2006.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 21 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-45, an act to amend the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, to make consequential amendments to other acts, and to make a clarification relating to another act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you.
For that, presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, Main Estimates 2023-2024.
La rubrique du bureau du commissaire.
Vote 1 under Communications Security Establishment. Votes 1, 5, 10, and 15 under Department of National Defense. Vote 1 under Military Grievances External Review Committee.
Sur la rubrique Commission.
Vote 1 under Military Police Complaints Commission.
Credit.
Vote 1 under Office of the Intelligence Commissioner.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's really a very big honor for me to table this petition today. The petitioners who signed this petition recognized that there are approximately 165,000 new cases of brain injury annually in Canada, that health and community service providers require more education regarding the intersection of brain injury, mental health, and addiction. There were over 21,000 opioid-related poisoning hospitalizations that resulted in hypoxic brain injury between January of 2016 and June of 2020 in Canada, and that an estimated 60% of brain injury survivors suffer from anxiety or depression. The suicide risk increases by 400% for a survivor with a brain injury, and brain injury survivors face a 200% increased risk of struggling with addictions after sustaining a brain injury. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling on this government to support my bill C-277 to develop a national strategy to support and improve brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment, as well as the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. Thank you very much.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question number Q1356 to 1360 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
La Chambre, les questions subventionnées.
Is it the pleasure of the House to have the aforementioned documents be tabled immediately? Yes? So ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
It's agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-13, an act for the substantive equality of Canada's official languages.
Je pense qu'on va continuer le prochain.
I think we'll continue with the next speech. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that Bill C-13 marks the start of a change to the Official Languages Act. It's a federal policy that's been the main vector of anglicizing Quebec. In Quebec, we have 90% of Francophones in Canada. Quebec is the home of the French language in Canada. I hope that in English Canada, there's more awareness. And I hope that more Francophone and Acadian communities will assert themselves. And I hope that we will free Quebec's nation. Our culture is what makes us a unique people. We need to free ourselves from subordination to a federal policy that prevents us from making French the official common language and exercising our full right to self-determination. To understand the present, we have to look at the past. That's why I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the Official Languages Act, and then talk about Bill C-13 and what remains to be accomplished in the future if we want to truly counter the decline of French. The poet and politician from Quebec, Gérald Godin, whom I think an NDP colleague quoted recently, said in 1983 that the federal policy regarding the French language in Canada follows the following principles: reinforcing French where it's in a terminal state, remaining passive where it has a real opportunity to assert itself, and weaken it where it is strong. And that remains true today. after a majority of Francophones outside Quebec have been anglicized and assimilated by measures taken by various provincial measures, which namely forbade teaching French in schools and eliminated the use of French as an official language in provincial parliaments, the federal government, elected by the Anglophone majority, passed legislation to reinforce English in Quebec, support Francophone and Acadian communities outside Quebec, and that support was too weak to counter their progressive anglicization.
Au Québec, parce que
And the Official Languages Act has always sought to support English in Quebec because Pierre-Elliott Trudeau decided that the federal government would support official language minorities by province. And that means that he refused to support André Laurendeau, who proposed a specific special status for Quebec with reference to the Belgian or Swiss models, which are based on territoriality. But Pierre Trudeau rejected that because it went against his anti-nationalist ideology. This territoriality-based approach corresponds to one of two major linguistic policy models in the world, the goal being to establish an official and common language in a given territory. However, the Official Languages Act is rather founded on the principle of individuality, an institutional bilingualism policy, which leaves the choice to speak English or to use English or French to the individual. And that type of policy promotes using the majority language. And that's why it's based on what we call the principle of individualism. Guillaume Rousseau, a Quebec professor of language rights, has said that according to almost all linguistic policy specialists in the world, only the territoriality-based approach can ensure the survival of a minority language and enable it to thrive. So by using the individual-based approach, the Official Languages Act ultimately seeks to impose English as the official language in Quebec. The other major cornerstone of the Act is the presumed symmetry or equivalence between Anglophones in Quebec and Francophone and Acadian communities outside Quebec. But that symmetry was fallacious. It goes against the scientific observations in the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission, which established that even in Quebec, Francophones are disfavored economically and institutionally. The income of Francophone workers was in 12th position out of 14. Since then, the economic status of Francophones in Quebec has caught up significantly. It has, but only partially caught up. According to 2016 StatsCan data, the average income of full-time workers whose mother language is French was $7,800 less than Anglophones' median income. And when you talk about income, about indicators that are less sensitive to various influences, and when we include other language groups, well, we may see these data look a bit different, but ultimately the key point is that there's a disfavorable outcome for Francophone workers. While laws banning French schooling did not occur in Quebec, nonetheless, teaching of French was underfunded for a long time and significantly restricted in some regions, like Pontiac. So it's very unfortunate that the Official Languages Act and its official languages teaching program is almost uniquely seeking to support English in Quebec. And the injustice is even more flagrant for Francophone and Canadian communities outside Quebec, which had undergone that closing of French schools. A study carried out by the National Commission for Francophone Parents showed that between 1970 and 1988, Anglophones in Quebec received 47.7%, which is $1.1 billion, of total funding from the Official Languages program. This money was used for Anglophone educational establishments. with 9.5% for teaching English as a second language in Quebec and 14.5% for immersion schools outside Quebec. Therefore, the Commission stated that it was very striking that 71.5% of the funds were ultimately used to support the majority and only 28.5% of the funding was earmarked for teaching French as a mother tongue for Francophones outside Quebec. As the Commission report stated, in all provinces outside Quebec, significant amounts of Francophones still did not have access to education in their language and were being assimilated. Pierre Elliott Trudeau said that Francophone Canadians outside Quebec should have the same rights as Anglophones in Quebec, but his official languages teaching plan did the opposite. It strengthened Anglophones' privileged situation in Quebec and let Francophone educational institutions outside Quebec fall through the cracks. Today, federal funding is better allocated between the various provinces, but most of the money is still being sent to Anglophone immersion schools outside Quebec. And within Quebec, the money is almost only used to support English. Recent census data shows that Anglophones in Quebec have the characteristics of a majority when it comes to their linguistic vitality. For example, Anglophones in Quebec represent 8.8% of the population of Quebec in 2021. But 43.3% of linguistic substitutions in allophones are towards English, not French. And the share of English in global assimilation-based gains is 50.8%, which means that the proportion of Francophones is continuing to decline because of this proportion of linguistic substitutions. We would need 90% of linguistic substitutions from immigrants to be towards French in order to maintain the demographic weight of Francophones and Anglophones in Quebec, 90%. It's not surprising then that most of the projections made for several years are pointing to the decline of French in Quebec. And we saw that the StatsCan data from 2021 confirmed that trend. And the results, in fact, showed that we've been underestimating the decline of French in Quebec. So if we look back at the historic origins of the Official Languages Act, I spoke of some of these cornerstones earlier, the very idea of Anglophones' minority status doesn't take into account scientific data. But on the face of it, we see that this idea that Anglophones are a minority in Quebec is not accurate given the legal and social reality. As long as Quebec is within Canada, it will have to submit to the will of the Canadian majority, as we see that here in this House, which is Anglophone, and the federal government has a greater power to legislate and spend. The federal government and Anglophone provinces imposed a constitution in 1982 that was never agreed to by the government of Quebec and which weakened the charter of the French language. We recall that 74 members from Quebec out of 75 at the time were Liberals, and they all voted in favor of that, except for one. Which says a lot about the objectives of the Liberal Party at that time. In an opinion sought by Anglophone stakeholders on commercial signage in Quebec, in this opinion, the United Nations Committee on Human Rights stated that the Anglo-Quebec community is not a minority because it is part of the Canadian majority. That was in 1993. This summary that I've given shows very clearly that a large majority of the funds sent to Quebec will actually contribute to Anglicization and will strengthen the Anglophone minority, or rather the so-called Anglophone minority in Quebec. Because more than 95% of that money has been earmarked for English in Quebec since 1979. $3.4 billion that has been used for English in Quebec. Whereas the Anglophone community was starting out in a privileged position with overfunded institutions. So this has only added to that imbalance. In many areas like post-secondary education, health, social services, Anglophone establishments also benefit from significant overfunding. Additionally, federal government funding goes principally to Anglophone establishments in Quebec through infrastructure projects and federal research funding, especially in health and post-secondary education. As Frédéric Lacroix said, the institutional network is a zero-sum game. Anglophone and Francophone networks serve the same population and are funded from the same budget, so what one group gets, the other one does not. These institutions will say that it's not a zero-sum game, but the minute you try to take some of their budget, it becomes a very aggressive zero-sum game. In 2017, more than 40% of federal university funding was devoted to Anglophone universities. And the fact that so much of this money is devoted to Anglophone institutions contributes to the Anglicization of new arrivals and more Francophones in Quebec. And this is really a blind spot, because instead of directly opposing the Quebec government and directly opposing its efforts to make French the common language of Quebec, the federal government is instead simply encouraging Anglophone pressure groups in Quebec, and it is funding them. And these organizations are weakening the French language charter through legal challenges that are funded through the Federal Legal Challenges Program, which was established in 1978, seemingly by coincidence, right after Bill 101 was brought in. These groups have an important impact. We cannot forget it. Again, constantly English services are being funded, and this is becoming something that prevents the government of Quebec from making French the common language. For example, René Lévesque said that each bilingual sign tells immigrants there are two languages here, English and French. You can choose the one you want. And Anglophones don't have to learn French when they see that. As we saw with the Official Languages Action Plan, this type of thing is continuing. We need to do something about that funding, and we saw, with the support of federal institutions, these organizations are working with the support of the federal government, and they're making Francophones into a minority. We also know that the many organizations which are directly affiliated with the QCGN have been engaging in a xenophobizing type of language which influences the opinion of the Canadian and foreign community. We've seen that in the challenges to Bill 96 and here as well in the debate on C-13. For example, we've seen the member for Mont-Royal. We've seen members like that come forward with remarks that essentially reflect what QCGN said. The MP in question is a former president of Alliance Québec, which is an organization that gives Anglophone services, or that says that Anglophone services for people from Anglophone immigration, that say that these services are a fundamental right. And we've seen a lot of this information relayed by the QCGN and picked up by members here that say that the impact of Bill 96 on health services will be very deleterious. Now, it is important to recognize that here we are seeing that the Charter of the French language makes French the common language of Quebec. There were a number of amendments at the last minute after a compromise between the governments of Quebec and Canada, which led to a new set of provisions for federally regulated businesses and which led to significant changes having to do with the asymmetry between French and English. These amendments will integrate to federal law a certain number of provisions inspired by the Quebec Charter of the French language. For example, making the use of French general at all levels of federally regulated businesses, and other clauses that will protect the right to work in French in Quebec. These are asymmetrical measures that apply in Quebec but also in regions where there is a high concentration of francophones. And that does reflect the territorial model that I was referring to. That is something that Bill 101 was based on, and that could also apply to other regions. Since the French language and culture are at the heart of what makes Quebec a nation, the Bloc Québécois supports and works very hard pragmatically to obtain all possible gains, recognizing the Charter of the French language, asymmetrical elements in the bill to amend the Official Languages Act. These are the elements of progress that we believe are the most accessible for the moment, and that's why the Bloc Québécois will vote for C13. But the fact remains that the Official Languages Act will continue to anglicize Quebec. So we will continue to work very hard to amend the Official Languages Act to ensure that it no longer applies in Quebec. In order to finally make French the common and official language. We want to take the Official Languages Act out of the blind spot that it currently occupies in public debate in Quebec. And I think people will see that either we get results quickly or people will realize that the only solution is to make Quebec a country. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a great job in that chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for La Pointe-à-l'Île for his speech. And I'd also like to thank the Bloc Québécois for its support in C13. It's a bill which will make a real difference in our communities. I have a specific question for my colleague. Recently, we've seen real collaboration between the federal government and the government of Quebec. It's a historic level of collaboration, especially in official languages. I have spoken with Minister Roberge, and we have been working very hard in order to come to an agreement on private federally regulated businesses. And in fact, Jean-François Lisée said that he never thought that he would see this level of progress. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of this excellent collaboration between Ottawa and the government of Quebec. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. I'd like to thank our dear Minister of Official Languages. And I would say that I hope that she will show such excellent levels of collaboration to ensure that the Official Languages Action Plan will favor the asymmetry that was recognized in the federally regulated businesses legislation because we saw that the Minister of the French language in Quebec was surprised to never see any measure for French in that bill, in this bill, with $137.5 million for projects to support English in Quebec. More than $800 million over 4 years. I think it's completely unacceptable that at a time when we recognize that it is French that is threatened, that we are continuing to fund English in Quebec. So I hope that the minister will be open to making the action plan more consistent with the principles of C13. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can see the Liberals' interest in this bill because there are 3 government members in the House, just 3, to hear our speeches, and I think that's unfortunate. Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Agriculture Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague across the way, he is mentioning numbers of members here on this side of the House. I can't confirm how many members are on this side of the House, but I can confirm it's the same as the number on the other side. So we cannot mention directly or indirectly who is in the House. Point of order. Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, I would like to remind my colleague that we cannot do directly or indirectly what we are not allowed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if I breach the rule, I apologize, and I am passionate about the French language. Questions and comments? We can ask a question, right? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech made by my colleague from La Pointe-de-Lille. I've had the pleasure of working hard with him in order to improve C13. Mr. Speaker, I thank him for mentioning Gérard Gaudin. If we go back in our genealogical history, the family tree, there may be a link to my passion for the French language, but not a link when it comes to independence. Now, here's my question. How does my colleague feel about the NDP's attitude? The NDP is part of the Liberal NDP coalition. So how does the colleague feel about the NDP preventing us from improving the bill? We were not able to get a central agency throughout the bill, a central agency in the Treasury Board. And also, what of rights holders? It's important to consider rights holders outside of Quebec. They should be counted rather than estimated. There's something else I would like to know. It's a question similar to the question asked by the Minister for Official Languages. How does the member feel about the attitude and comments of Minister Roberge? Minister Roberge expressed his disappointment at finding out that too much money was being given to Anglophone minorities in Quebec, in a province where the shared common language is French and where English is not in decline. How does my colleague feel about that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. I thank my colleague. We did indeed work well together. We did our best in the context that we have. As for a central agency, be it the Treasury Board, either way, we could have gone further. Many of the Francophone and Acadian Community Federation's proposals did not make it into the bill. The Liberal NDP coalition was pretty effective. The amendments we've moved were sometimes supported by the NDP because all opposition parties had to support them, but we could have gone so much further with this bill. There was the statement made by the member for Sherbrooke, and there was also the NDP's support, but I don't know what it led to in committee debate. To come back to the matter of Minister Roberge's questions, they didn't get what they asked for. They wanted jurisdiction over language. They wanted predominance of the French language charter. They also suggested taking out the concept of an Anglophone minority. They did not get their asks, but there were still some significant changes to federally regulated businesses. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Pointe-à-L'Île. I thank him for mentioning the fact that the NDP was the first party to support the right to self-determination for Quebec. What he, of course, did not mention is that the NDP is the only political party in Canada which does the same in provinces where it forms governments as it does here in the House. That applies to French language. And as the member knows full well, there is a new democratic government in British Columbia which implemented the current system. That is a school system throughout British Columbia with more and more students studying in French throughout their entire school years. We have primary and secondary school and post-secondary networks in French. The member for Pointe-à-L'Île mentioned the sad history of French language rights in Canada, but that's history. Today, progress is being made, and I feel rather optimistic about the future of our beautiful language because, Mr. Speaker, I can see that in the next few years, worldwide, there will be 500 million French speakers, 500 million Francophones. Here's my question for my colleague. Would he be ready to come to British Columbia and visit the Francophonie in British Columbia? The Honourable Member for Pointe-à-L'Île. Yes, of course I would go. I'm ready to go and visit. But when it comes to post-secondary teaching in French, there is really not enough in Western Canada, and there are still major challenges in terms of availability of decent French language places of education. Also, if Quebec is considered a nation, then it should be master of its language. The French Language Charter should have precedence over the Official Languages Act. We should have the final say over hundreds of millions in subsidies that are being invested to help English. Often the NDP hasn't supported this proposal, but it did support some proposals. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank and congratulate my honourable colleague from Pointe-à-L'Île, who is also my friend. I congratulate him for all the work he does promoting and defending the French language in this House, in our party, and also throughout his life, he has championed this fight in many organizations and roles. I thank him and commend him. In C13, there are good measures for Acadians and for Francophones outside Quebec. We support that, and we are happy about it. For the first time, the government is recognizing that French is threatened, including in Quebec. That's a first. It is positive. But while they say that French is threatened in Quebec, they are giving $800 million to English in Quebec. So that is very telling of liberal hypocrisy. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Well, I couldn't say it better, even if I tried. Indeed. What's encouraging, though, in the past, Quebecers and the Bloc Québécois have supported Francophone and Acadian communities. So, what's been occurring for years is unacceptable. There was a strategy where official languages action plans were presented, and the same has occurred here. A journalist asked a question, and a public servant answered anonymously. That is how we found out about the $800 million. I found out because I scrutinized public accounts. So that's how we found out about the $800 million for English in Quebec. I feel that Quebecers will not agree with that. Francophones in Quebec do not agree with that. We will make it known more and more. We will gather and mobilize with action by the Bloc Québécois and the Government of Quebec. And I feel that together we need to take action to change this, because otherwise we're going to have to resume our fight for independence in Quebec. Before resuming, we will say a quick prayer to the internet gods, hoping that everything will work well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadanook-Askey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in this House on behalf of the NDP at third reading of C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act. The New Democratic Party clearly supports this bill. Today is a historic day. The Official Languages Act had not been modernized in 30 years, but we are finally modernizing it. The work leading to this was very hard, but important. It is important for the Francophonie, for Acadians. It's very important for Franco-Manitobans and all Francophone communities in Canada. On a personal level, this is important for me, for my children, for all of our children. It's important for our future. I am a proud Francophile. I love French. I was born in Thompson in northern Manitoba. I am the daughter of immigrant parents. My mother tongue is Greek. It's neither English nor French. I understand just how fortunate I am. My parents understood how important it is to speak both of Canada's official languages. Thanks to the fight led by Francophones across the country, I had options to study in French immersion, more specifically. In Manitoba, many Francophones fought for their rights and for public investments in French language education. In the 80s, NDP government in Manitoba, of which my father was a part, my father, Steve Ashton, fought for the rights of Francophones to receive services and to have their rights enshrined in law. We cannot take anything for granted when it comes to rights. We need to fight in order to advance and make progress. Young people in our two official languages groups benefit through the love of French we received from our teachers, our schools, and our communities. In my last speech, I thanked all the immersion teachers that we had in Thompson at Riverside School. Thanks to our teachers in French immersion, we learned not only French, but also we learned about French people, French culture. We had a very rich understanding, thanks to our teachers and teachings, of our peoples and our world. My kids are at École Maternelle La Voie du Nord. It is a school in Thompson, Manitoba. They're part of the next generation, a generation for whom the world is now smaller, but they're part of a Canada in which French is declining. We need to stop the decline and fight for the next generation. I would like to recognize the historic work we did in committee. I'm proud of what we accomplished in committee. I would like to recognize some essential changes we made to C-13 in order to make it stronger and to better address the decline of French in our country. We must recognize language changes we put in the bill related to immigration. We wanted to ensure that we had ambitious targets which recognize that we must welcome Francophone immigrants, Francophone families in order to enrich our communities throughout the country and also combat the decline of French. I would also like to acknowledge and recognize that this is a priority in the government's action plan, a very important priority at that. On that note, we must remember that it is not enough to just have ambitious targets. We need to invest in services, consular services, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We must invest in settlement services here in Canada as well. We need to ensure that our system is well organized and targeted so that we can recruit the people that we need. I would like to emphasize the importance of recruiting educators for daycare, primary school, secondary school, and post-secondary education. The reality is that we have a serious shortage of French language teachers for French immersion and also for Francophone education outside Quebec. We need to take action to find solutions to these education worker shortages. The Association of Immersion Groups said that 10,000 teachers are needed to meet the current demand. They need 10,000 teachers of French and French as a second language. How will we address this shortage? How will we ensure that we maintain public services in schools and daycares, in French schools and in immersion schools? We need to pursue reaching our ambitious targets. We will do so through targeted investments and a real plan. We need a real plan to welcome the immigrants that we need in order to help educate the next generation of children, of young people in French everywhere in Canada. I had that experience personally. I have shared many times in committee the fact that my own children have been on a waiting list for over a year in order to attend French daycare in our community. This is because of the labor shortage. This is despite all the efforts, for example, efforts to bring individuals with a background in daycare education to Canada. But it wasn't possible because immigration did not help them as much as they needed. So many children, including my own, were not able to attend daycare in French. We need to be able to make these essential investments in education. That way, we will be able to educate the next generation in French. This advance in the bill is also related to another change we were able to make to the bill, of which I am very proud. We, the NDP, pushed to ensure the negotiation of mandatory language clauses in agreements between provinces and Ottawa. We did so in order to ensure that in all provincial federal agreements, there would be clear language clauses which would direct funding and ensure funding. Funding to help both Francophone and Anglophone minority communities so that they receive their fair share, be it in healthcare, employment services, daycare. It is obvious that we need language clauses in our federal provincial agreements. This helps us ensure that Francophone communities or Anglophone minority communities have access to services and also access to opportunities in French as is needed. We should also highlight that we were able to make changes to give more powers to the Treasury Board when it comes to the implementation of C-13. We were also able to give more powers to the Official Languages Commissioner. Changes were called for by many stakeholders, for example, access to justice. I would like to thank French-speaking jurists here in Manitoba who were clear about the importance of being able to access legal aid in French so that Francophones in Manitoba can be heard by the courts in French. The same will, of course, apply to all Anglophone minority communities. Thanks to this change we were able to make with colleagues around the table in committee, we were able to ensure that there will be access to justice in French outside of Quebec and in provinces like Manitoba. Another change that I wish to recognize is the fact that we pushed for access to federal lands for Francophone school districts. This is very important for many school districts who want to grow and, in fact, need to grow because of growing demand for French language education, but they don't have any space to grow. So C13 makes that an option. And finally, I'd like to say that I'm very proud of the work that we were all able to accomplish. I would like to thank once again organizations such as the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities and its president, Liane Roy. They represent the voices of 9.8 French language Canadians in all the provinces and territories. They represent Francophones in 9 provinces and 3 territories, and they have played a key role. They have contributed to us getting to where we are today, and thanks to them, the Treasury Board President will have more powers and responsibilities in enforcing C13. We will also have stronger Francophone immigration, and they also helped us to push for language clauses and give more powers to the Official Languages Commissioner. I would also like to recognize the work of organizations which are part of the FCFA on the ground here in Manitoba. They are the true defenders of the French language, and I want to highlight them for their very hard work on this bill.
The last major reform was in 1988, and there were gaps in that legislation. Trying to find education for our youth or for early childhood education to all the way to high school, and making it difficult to access justice in French, as well as experience difficulties communicating in French or accessing information on public health information. I think that Bill C13 makes a huge step in the right direction. I want to recognize the spirit of cooperation of our work at committee. I want to thank all the members who brought forward important amendments at committee. I know that we didn't always agree. However, we all had the same goal: protect the French language in Canada and defend the rights of linguistic communities in a minority situation. Amendments supported at committee were essential. We hope that the Senate will maintain them. The reality is that this bill will change the federal government's approach. By recognizing that French is a minority language throughout Canada and North America, and all governments have to take that into account. The major decline of Francophones in the country is very serious, and we have to take every means necessary to act. According to every statistic, the French language is in decline throughout our country. In 1971, Francophones represented about 25%, and now it's less than 23%. If we don't defend our services and our institutions, if we don't defend French language education through immersion or through fully French schools, the decline will continue. Today, we have before us a national bill rooted in the recognition of the First Peoples and Indigenous peoples, recognition of both our official languages, and that we have to work to protect French in Canada. This bill recognizes the diversity of our country, multiculturalism, and the fact that many Canadians, like myself, whose parents came from somewhere else, want to grow their family, contribute to our country in both of our official languages, and maybe even in our own first language. We wanted to contribute to a bilingual country, a country that respects the First Peoples of Canada. I strongly encourage all my colleagues to vote in favor of this historic bill. and to continue to do the work that's necessary to defend French and support minority language communities. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague with whom I had the opportunity to work with at the Official Languages Committee. She said that everybody worked very hard to make sure that that bill could be reported back to the House, and here we are. We know that linguistic minority communities have been asking for Bill C-13 to pass as quickly as possible. Recently, we had a study on Francophone immigration, specifically from Africa. We don't have access to daycare services in French like she did. How important is it for Bill C-13, with its immigration policy, to identify immigration thresholds relative to what we saw in 1971? How important is it to identify needs in our communities and how C-13 will rectify some of those? The Honourable Member for Churchill-Coetnet-Askey. I'd like to thank my colleague for his work on this historic bill. There's strong language on the need to reestablish the demographic weight of French. We'd like to go beyond the 4.4% target. We agree with the FCFA that have said so. We need an ambitious plan. And as my colleague said, in specific fields like education, including early childhood education, we have to make sure that we do the work here in our country to educate, recruit, support French language educators. But let's be honest. We also have to do the work to welcome people from outside Canada to help us do that work so that they can come here, contribute to Canada, and benefit from being part of Canada, as many immigrant families have done, like mine. We hope that Bill C-13 is a new page, a new direction, and there's work to do.
Tired questions and comments. L'honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague for Churchill-Coetnet-Askey, with whom I had the privilege of working at committee. We all were working towards the same goal, although we all took different means to do so. My colleague says she is proud of the result. I think we took half measures and could have done so much more. There's an old adage that says that better a bird in hand than two in the bush, but it had been some time since the bill had been modernized. I thought we should have been more aggressive to make sure that we had more immediate impacts upon passage of this legislation. In my colleague's speech, she often talked about access to education. But there's a specific amendment. I'd like her opinion on it. Why did she vote with the Liberals on rights holders? Rights holders are important because those are the ones who are counted and lead to a much more substantive count. We wanted an amendment to do as had been outlined in the 2021 census, which was to include it in legislation to force future governments to have the most precise idea of what the situation was. So why did she vote against that amendment? The member for Churchill-Coetnet-Askey. C-13 is a strong law that can help us tackle the decline of French. It's a big step in the right direction. Obviously, it doesn't have everything we need. Clearly, we need to tackle the decline of French in education or other fields. We need appropriate investments. We have to recognize that we need clear plans to support our communities.
Déclin assez grave,
especially outside Quebec, where there's a serious decline. We also need the right information.
On espère que
We hope that Statistics Canada and any other government agency will be able to collect the right data to ensure that our children, our schools, our school districts have the information they need to support education in French. As I said, we have a lot of work to do to tackle the decline of French. But I think that C13 is a good step, a big step in the right direction.
L'honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais savoir...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her work at the Official Languages Committee and her collaboration. Does she consider Quebec to be a nation whose official common language is French? Does she recognize the right to self-determination for Quebec? Does she think it's normal for the federal government to come and spend hundreds of millions of dollars in Quebec's jurisdictions to support English? The member for Churchill-Coatineau-Aski.
En premier, oui, on reconnaît la...
First of all, yes, we recognize Quebec's nationhood. It's important to work with the government of Quebec in order to develop C13. We were pleased to hear that an agreement was reached between the federal government and the government of Quebec in order to move forward on common priorities. It's clear that this agreement is essential to ensure that Quebec has its say on issues of importance to them. However, the federal government also has to be involved in some files, including defending French and defending official language minority communities. Recently, I was very clear. In fact, I've been clear from the very beginning of the conversation on C13. French is the languages in decline. We see it in Western Canada. We see it in Quebec. The federal government must act on that reality. Keep that in mind, not only with the bill, but through investments. And that's the plan we have before us. Questions and
comments? L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Question rapide à ma collègue dans le...
Quick question for my colleague. Earlier I talked about rights holders, but I have a question on the Treasury Board. The FCFA, which represents many organizations throughout Canada, asked that the Treasury Board be an integral part of the bill and have jurisdiction over it. Why did she vote against that amendment? The honourable member for Churchill-Coatineau-Aski.
En premier, maintenant, c'est pas le temps de faire un coup.
First of all, now's not the time to put Canadian policy before, to put it on trial. But that statement is misleading. Many statements have been made, including by the FCFA. They're pleased with the bill. We all worked with them to be able to move their priorities forward. I'm proud that we were able to improve the bill by giving more power to the Treasury Board. This bill is a big step forward, but clearly, we're going to have to continue to act in order to successfully implement the bill and to meet the needs of our communities in order to protect French and protect official language minority communities. Finally, I'll add that I appreciate that the priorities that my colleague has raised regarding the bill But I do have some concerns with the leader of his party, the Conservative leader, who talks a lot about cutting funds for Radio Canada, an essential organization for protecting French, especially in Western Canada. So I have some questions for the Conservative leadership. And why does he not want to protect French in minority situations in those ways?
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête à...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is the following one. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Joly, moved that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in federally regulated Private Businesses Act, and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass.
As party president of the House wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Deputy Whip for the government.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, May 15, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Deputy Whip for the government.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous agreement to see the clock at 1:30 for private members.
Is it agreed? Agreed. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Consideration of private members' business M79, amendments to the standing orders, standing in the name of Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that A, the House recognize that 1, it is prerogative of the House Crown to prorogue or dissolve Parliament at its pleasure. 2, the circumstances surrounding a prorogation of the House may bear on whether the government enjoys the confidence of the House. The Confidence Convention is an important cornerstone of the Canadian political system. 4, the Confidence Convention has never been clearly codified, and this has sometimes led to confusion among members and the general public as to the nature and significance of certain votes. 5, governments have sometimes abused the Confidence Convention to reinforce party discipline or influence the outcome of a vote that is not explicitly a matter of confidence or that would be considered a matter of confidence by convention. B, in the opinion of the House, 1, the House itself, not the Prime Minister, should be the final authority as to whether the government of the day enjoys the confidence of the House. 2, when the House assembles following a general election, the government shall be called upon to demonstrate it enjoys the confidence of the House. 3, before prorogation occurs, the House ought to have an opportunity to express its confidence in the government. 4, by means by which the House may pronounce itself on a question of confidence should be explicit, clear, and predictable, so that all members know well in advance when and how the confidence of the House will be tested. 5, once the House has determined such means in its standing orders or in legislation, the government should not seek to circumvent the process established by the House by declaring a vote to be a matter of confidence if the rules of the House would not otherwise designate that vote as a matter of confidence, and that any attempt to do so constitutes a contempt of Parliament. 6, a question of confidence is a serious matter and should not be used as a pretext for dilatory tactics by either side of the House. C, effective from the 20th sitting day after the adoption of this motion, may I dispense? Debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is one of the most powerful people in the country, and that's a function of the Prime Minister's office, which includes a number of serious powers. And foremost among those is the power to decide at any time that Parliament is done, that the work of Parliament is finished, and that we're going to have an election, or that Parliament's work can just be put on pause, and the important work that's happening at committee can be not just put on pause, but actually stopped and have to start up again in another session of Parliament. And we've seen this power used appropriately over the course of Canadian history. We've also seen it be abused. One of the most recent examples of the abuse of this power was in the summer of 2020, when the government embroiled in the We Charity scandal with many committees studying what had happened, calling for witnesses, calling for papers and evidence about what was going on in the government and how this scandal arose. The Prime Minister decided to say, we're proroguing Parliament. And all that work stopped. And members of Parliament weren't able to come to this place or to work together in order to do the work that we're elected to do, which is to hold the government to account. So we saw that happen in the summer of 2020. It was a controversial decision to prorogue. I think many Canadians were rightly upset about that. I was part of an effort at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to get to the bottom of why it was that the Prime Minister chose to prorogue. One of the real frustrations in that sitting was that the Prime Minister himself refused to come to that study. And in fact, we watched Liberal members on that committee filibuster for months on end in order to avoid a simple invitation to the Prime Minister to come and explain his own actions. So that was certainly an example where we saw the power of prorogation abused. I would say arguably just the next year in 2021, we saw this same Prime Minister abuse a similar power, which was to dissolve Parliament and to declare our work finished and to go to the polls. We have fixed election date laws in Canada. Unfortunately, there's no way to punish Prime Ministers for ignoring those laws, as the Prime Minister did in the fall of 2021 when he called an election while we were still in the midst of a pandemic. In fact, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee was in the process of looking at a government bill designed to make accommodations for the pandemic at election time. And instead of respecting the work of that committee, and instead of respecting all the many voices across the country who said Canada wasn't ready to have an election during a pandemic, the Prime Minister pulled the plug and held the election anyway. It was an election no one but him wanted. And that was very clear and made very clear to all of us on the doorstep in the course of that election. But nevertheless, it was the Prime Minister, through the power of his office, who was able to do that without any meaningful accountability. I want to go back to an example much earlier, but nevertheless in this century. Folks will be relieved to hear. I'm not going back all the way to the 19th century or something. Just in 2008, we had a Prime Minister, Prime Minister Harper, who I think actually affected the most egregious abuse of the power of prorogation. When he knew that opposition parties were going to bring a non-confidence motion forward to say that the members of this place did not believe that he should govern, instead of facing the House and facing that vote, which would have been the honorable thing to do, he instead chose to abuse the powers of the Prime Minister's office and prorogue Parliament so that opposition members could not bring a motion of confidence or non-confidence to the House. It was indeed a shameful thing. And it's something that up to now there's been a lot of discussion about, but I don't think that there have been real proposals to try and do something about. Now, it's difficult to do something about it because in our Constitution, dissolving or proroguing Parliament is said to be a power of the monarch, of the Queen, or now the King. But really, it's a power of the Prime Minister because it's only on the Prime Minister's advice that this is done. But just because it's a power that's granted to the monarchy, we need a constitutional amendment in order to do anything about it, or so we've been told. But I think it's really important. If you consider all the important institutions that make up the very foundation of Canadian government, you think about the monarch, you think about the executive or the government, you think about the House of Commons, you think about the judiciary, you think about the Senate. Actually, only one of those is directly elected by Canadians, and that's the House of Commons. The monarch certainly isn't elected. We've all been bearing witness to that process recently. The Senate isn't elected.
No, not at all.
Right? Judges aren't elected. I don't think that's a bad thing. We need accountability in the process of their appointment. They're not elected. The executive isn't directly elected. It's actually the House of Commons that ultimately decides who sits in the Prime Minister's chair or not, based on what happens at election time. And I think that the House of Commons, both as the democratically elected component of Canadian government, but also as the institution whose job it is to hold the government to account, should be the one to decide whether the work here is paused in a prorogation. The House of Commons here, as the democratically elected chamber, should be one to decide if we're done before fixed election date laws say we would be done, and to have an early election. And so what this motion does is, within the context, the constitutional context that we're in, because no simple motion in the House of Commons can change the Constitution, that's as it should be. What this does is allows us, the members of this place, to assert our rightful role in having a much bigger say on when our work begins and when it ends, and whether it's stopped or paused by a Prime Minister. That is a decision that should be in the hands of Canadians. And you want to talk about gatekeeping in Canada, one of the biggest gatekeeping powers that exists in the power of the Prime Minister to get out of accountability to Parliament. And anyone who is concerned about fighting inappropriate gatekeeping in Canada should be concerned to constrain that power by the Prime Minister. That's what this motion is really about, Mr. Speaker. It's about making it more difficult for Prime Ministers to prorogue Parliament to get out of facing accountability on a confidence vote. It's about making it more difficult for Prime Ministers to get out of accountability for scandals like the We Charity scandal or the question of Afghan detainees by telling members of this Parliament to go back to their riding and not come back until the Prime Minister decides he's okay with having them back. It's about ensuring that the Prime Minister doesn't get to inappropriately influence votes in this place by suddenly declaring something that has nothing to do with confidence and everything to do with covering his own behind or a special pet project in order to try and force members to vote for something they wouldn't otherwise vote for. That's what this motion is about. And that's why it's so important that this motion pass, because it's about time that the House of Commons started pushing back on those other unelected parts of the Canadian governance structure and assert its own authority and its own decision-making power, especially in regard to our ability to sit in this place and to hold governments to account. So how does it constrain the power of the Prime Minister? Well, as I say, there's no perfect solution without a constitutional amendment. But what it would mean is that a Prime Minister who wanted to prorogue would have the option of first having a confidence vote in the House of Commons before a prorogation. And if the Prime Minister doesn't do that, it guarantees that the first order of business when parliamentarians come back won't be the Prime Minister's speech from the throne, where he or she gets to frame the issues however they like. It'll be a debate and a vote of confidence in the government after it made a decision to prorogue. And I say that would have been especially important in the case of the Harper prorogation, because he prorogued in order to avoid a confidence vote. And then we know that the next way for opposition parties at that time to have a confidence vote would have been on an opposition day motion. Well, who decides when you have opposition day motions? The government decides when you have an opposition day motion. So that doesn't really work as an accountability mechanism. If the Prime Minister can prorogue for as long as he wants and then delay an opposition day motion for just about as long as he likes after you come back, then opposition parties don't have the ability to hold the government to account in the appropriate way. What this guarantees is that there will be a moment of accountability at the beginning of every Parliament with a confidence vote. There will be the possibility of the Prime Minister doing the right thing and testing the confidence of the chamber before prorogation. And if he doesn't, it guarantees that the first order of business when we come back will be a confidence vote to have that accountability for the House of Commons. And it makes it clear for members how they can go about initiating a confidence vote. And it lays out a process for that. The details are in the motion. I'll spare folks the details of all of that. The other thing that it does, though, that I think is also quite important, is that it says specifically what votes will be votes of confidence. So, traditionally, by convention, the speech from a throne is a vote of confidence. This motion would simply write that down in the standing orders so that it's no longer a question where you have to call in a whole bunch of constitutional experts that have studied the history of Canada since 1867 in order to weigh in. We'll know because it's written in the standing orders that that's a vote of confidence. We'll know that the budget vote is a vote of confidence because it'll be written down in the standing orders. We'll know that the main vote on estimates is a confidence motion. Well, why does that matter? Well, there's been many times where we've had all-night voting on the estimates, every line item, and it's always a debate, and you hear it in the media. Well, could the government fall on any vote? Some people say, yes, it could. Others say, well, no, they can't. Others say, well, it's complicated. And maybe they would, and maybe they wouldn't, and maybe they'd lose that vote, and then the next day the government would have to come to the House and then have a more explicitly worded motion of confidence, or maybe the Prime Minister will just decide. We're a 21st century democracy. How is it so unclear how it is that the only elected chamber, the only elected part of our Constitution would sit or not sit, or have confidence or not have confidence, or have an election or not have an election? These are things that we should be able to put our heads together to sort out and be crystal clear to Canadians so that they don't have to do a PhD in Canadian constitutional history to understand what the heck is going on in this place. It's something we should be able to teach in a grade 12 civics class and be proud of. And the idea behind this motion is to make it a heck of a lot more clear so that we can do exactly that. Because to have a lack of clarity around these issues that are so central to the well-functioning of our democracy is to invite the kind of toxic debates and the kind of intractable disputes that we see too often now in Western democracies about whether this was a power grab or whether the government acted appropriately or not. The way to defend about this is to seek the maximum amount of clarity before you're in a crisis. Already this year, there was speculation in the media about whether a motion in the House would be a confidence vote or not a confidence vote. The government House leader refused to comment. So it hung in the air. Well, it shouldn't be that way. We should know clearly whether something is a vote of confidence or not a vote of confidence. There's been rumors around prorogation already in this Parliament. Well, we should know that if a Prime Minister is going to prorogue and we think that it's a bad decision, that the House of Commons itself will have the opportunity to pronounce on whether the government was making an acceptable decision or not. That's something that this House ought to be able to do. Why? Because we're the only ones that are elected with a mandate to make those kinds of decisions. It's not the Prime Minister, and it's not anybody else. It's certainly not the King or Queen that has the ability to make that decision. It's not a decision for the Senate, where they've all been appointed by previous Prime Ministers to make that decision. This is the place that that decision ought to be made. That's the way you put democracy before gatekeeping. That's what this motion is about, and it's why I encourage all members of this House to give their support to this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for putting this together. He's obviously thought it through. I appreciated how he went through how some ways the current rules could be abused. But he's a thoughtful guy, and so I'm sure he's thought about the other side. Has he considered any ways that this change in procedure could potentially be abused? And if so, has he thought about ways to mitigate it, or is there no ways that this can be abused?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I think Canadians would agree that politicians are often disappointing in finding ways to abuse things that ought not to be abused. So I certainly wouldn't make the claim that any particular thing that comes out of this place is beyond abuse. One hopes that it has enough clarity and instruction behind it that folks will find it hard to abuse. I think one of the ways that I was concerned this might be abused, having a new way of presenting a confidence motion, was that it could be used as a dilatory tactic. So one of the provisions in this motion is that in order to move a motion of non-confidence or confidence, as the case may be, there are two ways to present those motions. You need a mover, and then you need 20 other members to sign on to it, and they have to be from at least two recognized political parties. And so that is one of the ways that I've sought to try and ensure that this new type of motion won't be something that's used continuously as a dilatory tactic. And I could say more about that. I think if you read the motion in its entirety, you'll find there are some other guardrails in there as well, exactly because, and in fact, in what the Speaker read in the guiding principles, it's exactly that this shouldn't be seen as a dilatory tactic or some other way to conduct funny business. What we want is for votes of confidence, for folks to have, for members of Parliament to have lots of notice that they're coming. Then we want a full day of debate, and we want to vote at the end of that day so that it's a clear process that hopefully is not open to abuse.
And comments, questions, commentaires, the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Elmwood Transcona. I know that he certainly brings a lot of knowledge on questions of procedure. My issue with the motion is largely one of the process that the member has chosen. Many aspects of his motion are seemingly novel in terms of what he is proposing, and I am curious as to why he chose this route of 2 hours of debate rather than inserting into the clause a clause into the motion to refer this to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for a more thorough study.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the issue of confidence has been studied a number of times. It's been studied in the House and outside the House. The reason why I chose not to refer it onto the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is twofold. One is out of respect that they're currently, the work that they're doing currently on foreign interference and a number of important issues, and an issue of privilege, actually, after last day, with respect to the member of Halton Wellington Hills. But the other reason is because this is something I think it's high time we just got done. And so I do think that there is enough time to examine the content of the motion. I think this would be an improvement, a significant improvement on the current state of affairs, and because I want to make change. And you can't make change without doing something novel. So I don't hide from the fact that there are novel ideas in here. I think they're good ideas, and I welcome the debate that is to come. But I hope that members here will fall on the side of asserting the power of the House of Commons over these decisions and making a change on something that has been open to abuse now since Confederation, and that it's high time we did something about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires à l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating my colleague on his important motion and the very convincing speech that he just gave. Accountability is very important. We need to limit the concentration of powers. And this motion contributes to that because we know that when too much power is concentrated, it almost systematically leads to abuses. My question for my colleague is the following. It's about this government's attitude about what's being voted on. When this House votes on motions or bills, what we see from this Prime Minister is that he does not always respect the will of the House. For example, my colleague presented a motion on tax havens, and it was supported by this House. But then the government did not implement the measures that the motion asked the government to implement. I also have a colleague who presented legislation for people to get more EI for 50 weeks when they're facing cancer, and the government paid no attention to that, despite the fact that it was the will of the House. A Conservative colleague brought forward a bill on family transfers by businesses, and the government did nothing. What does my colleague think of that?
Transcona.
Merci beaucoup.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And indeed, far too often, the government does not take the work that happens in this House of Commons seriously enough, or what is done at committee. And that's why it's so important that we, as members of Parliament, it's so important that we take measures to ensure that that respect is granted to us. And I think by targeting these major powers of the Prime Minister, by saying that it is the House of Commons that should have more influence on those decisions, I think that is how we can ensure that the government takes us much more seriously.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to speak on motion M79, sponsored by the member of Elmwood Transcona, which proposes a permanent change to the standing orders respecting confidence motions. Before I speak to the content of the proposal contained in motion M79, I would like to discuss some important principles that should guide our work when contemplating changes to the standing orders, especially when the changes would be permanent changes to the rules of the House. There's a long-standing tradition of this House in considering changes to our standing orders. This tradition includes two important principles. First, that any change or suite of changes should benefit from a thorough study by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and secondly, that any change to the rules that govern our deliberation should be done on a consensual basis. The importance of having changes to the standing orders be considered by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee seems to be self-evident to most members of this House. These are our rules. They guide all the work we conduct in this place, and any change must be well understood by all members of this House. As a result, the Procedure and House Affairs Committees plays an important role in studying the standing orders as they are and propose changes before they can be considered by the whole House. In fact, Standing Order 51, Chapter 7, which deals with the special debates that this House may take up and is the subject of the proposed amendment contained in motion M79, provides a mechanism that requires the House to study the standing orders at the beginning of each Parliament. Standing Order 51 provides that the government, through a minister, must designate an order of the day for the consideration of a motion to take note of the standing orders and procedures of the House, which has precedence over all other business. The debate on the designated day is then permanently referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for study. By having these debates permanently referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee allows that the committee to take up studies over the course of a Parliament to review and consider changes to the standing orders. The purpose of Standing Order 51 is to allow members to bring forward ideas on changes to the standing orders, which can then be studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. During the committee's study of the standing orders, the committee can hear from expert witnesses, including the Clerk of the House and other senior procedural clerks, to bring to the attention of the members possible adverse consequences that may result of certain changes. This expert testimony ensures that the members of the committee consider changes to our rules by using an evidence-based process. Witnesses may also suggest changes to the proposed standing order changes to ensure consistency and alignment with other standing orders and practices of the House. I believe that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee plays an essential role in reviewing the standing orders, and I know that the members on that committee take this work very seriously and with great deal of pride. We must always keep in mind that the changes to our standing orders affects every member of this House, and we not only need to get it right, but we also need to know and appreciate the long-term consequences of such changes. When we make changes in a majority context, we need to appreciate and understand how these changes will operate in a minority context, and the inverse is just as important. I would now like to turn my attention and that of the members to motion M79. The member for Elmwood-Strathcona has selected as his item of private members' business motion 79 on confidence motions. The motion would create a new scheme in the special debates chapter in the standing orders dealing with confidence motions. The preamble of motion M79 states in part A and 4, and I quote, A, it is prerogative of the Crown to prorogue or dissolve Parliament at its pleasure, and 4, the confidence convention has never been clearly codified and this has sometimes led to confusion among members and the general public as to the nature and significance of certain oaths. End of quote. I would like to spend part of my remarks on the Crown prerogatives. Page 43 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states, in relation to the Confidence Convention, and I quote, an essential feature of parliamentary government is that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are responsible to or must answer to the House of Commons for their actions and must enjoy the support and confidence of a majority of the members of that chamber to remain in office. This is commonly referred to as the Confidence Convention. This complex constitutional subject, a matter of tradition that is not written in any statute or standing order of the House. End of quote. As you can see, the royal prerogatives are not found in statute or in the standing orders. There is, however, one reference to confidence in the standing orders, that is Standing Order 6, in relation to the election of the Speaker. Precedents are clear that this provision is unnecessary and outdated, since the House itself elects the Speaker of the House and the Executive no longer plays any formal role in the election of the Speaker. House of Commons Procedure and Practice on page 43 goes on to articulate the point that confidence is not a matter of parliamentary procedure, and I quote, what constitutes a question of confidence in the government varies with circumstances. Confidence is not a matter of parliamentary procedure, nor is it something on which the Speaker can be asked to rule. End of quote. There was a time when there were references in the standing orders to motions of non-confidence in relation to the consideration of supply. Page 44 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice sets out how the standing orders were modified in this regard, and when these changes were removed, and I quote, when standing orders respecting supply were amended in 1968, it was specified that in each of the 3 supply periods, the opposition could designate not more than 2 of the motions proposed on allotted days as motions of non-confidence in the government. This was the first time the notion of confidence found expressions in the standing orders. This rule was modified provisionally in March 1975 to remove the non-confidence qualification. The motion would still be brought to a vote, but the vote would not automatically be considered as an expression of confidence in the government. The provisional standing orders lapsed in at the beginning of the following session, and the term found its way back into the 1977 version of the standing orders. No further changes were made until June 1985, when the standing orders were again modified to remove the non-confidence provision with regard to supply. End of quote. So at present, there have been no operative standing orders that deal with confidence for 43 years. There's a good reason for this. Since many Crown prerogatives have been superseded by statutes, there are still royal prerogatives that are not found in the statute, but including but not limited to foreign affairs and treaty making and the powers to prorogue or dissolve Parliament. Now that I have addressed the notion of the Crown prerogatives in relating to the prerogatives to prorogue or dissolve Parliament, I would like to speak to the mechanics of how motion M79, if adopted, would operate. Because of the time constraint, maybe, Speaker, I'll try to wrap it up. I have not made up my mind on whether I will support the motion or oppose it. I will say, however, that I do think that this motion would be benefited from a study at the procedure and House affairs, so we could really dig into the interplay between the role that outstanding orders and the Crown prerogatives, and whether the scheme that is proposed in motion M79 is acceptable in the context of our rules, given the ephemeral nature non-confidence motion have existed in outstanding orders. Finally, I do not think that the 2 one-hour debates is sufficient to fully understand the implications of this motion would have on the procedures and practices of this House. That said, I'll continue to have an open mind about the proposal because I do have great respect for my colleague from Elmwood Transcona and for the views of other members who will speak in debate on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on M79, introduced by the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. The motion would make substantial changes to the standing orders as it pertains to confidence votes as well as the prorogation of Parliament. With respect to confidence votes, it would make significant changes in a number of different ways. Perhaps less of a change is that it would seek to amend the standing orders to expressly provide that votes on the main estimates, the budget, and the address and reply to the speech from the throne be treated as questions of confidence. By convention, these votes are, for all intents and purposes, treated as questions of confidence, and it would indeed be difficult to imagine a scenario in which a government could survive losing any such a vote. More than that, however, this motion would significantly regulate and limit the ability of members to bring forward and put on notice motions of non-confidence in the government. It would do so in 3 ways. First, in order to put such a motion on notice, the signatures of at least 20 members of Parliament from more than one of the recognized parties would be required. Secondly, only one such motion of non-confidence could be put on notice per supply period. Third, members would be limited to either sponsoring or signing such a motion once per session. With respect to prorogation, this motion would require that the government put on notice a confidence motion upon the Prime Minister expressing the intention to advise and consult the Governor-General with respect to prorogation. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona is a learned member. He is someone who brings a great deal of institutional knowledge and a good understanding of matters of procedure, and I have a lot of respect for him. I appreciate in that regard the spirit by which the member is seeking to make changes to the standing orders. However, I will be unable to support this motion. And the primary reason why I'm unable to support this motion is the process that the member has proposed in making changes to the standing orders.
Hear, hear.
2 hours of debate is the process that the member has chosen. Nothing more, nothing less. No study, no consultations, 2 hours of debate.
Shame.
Why? Because that is the process for private members' motions, the way in which the honourable member has embarked upon amending the standing orders. And I would submit, Mr. Speaker, but having regard for the substantial changes that are being proposed, that 2 hours of debate is completely inadequate in the circumstances. I would submit further, Mr. Speaker, that it is all the more inadequate having regard for the fact that many aspects of this motion are seemingly novel, as the honourable member conceded when I put a question to him earlier. Although much ink has been spilled on, for example, the subject of prorogation, and Procedure and House Affairs Committee has undertaken multiple studies in recent years on prorogation, what the honourable member is specifically proposing, namely that the government put forward a confidence motion upon the Prime Minister expressing the intention to prorogue Parliament, has not been studied. Similarly, the significant way in which the honourable member is proposing to limit the ability to put on notice other motions of non-confidence in the government has also not been considered. Now, the honourable member is quite right to say that he's not ashamed that that some of these ideas are novel ones. It's good to come up with new ideas. All honourable members should make an effort to bring fresh ideas. But new ideas need to be tested. And so what would have been better, Mr. Speaker, is if this motion contained a clause referring the items and the changes proposed to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. That would have provided an opportunity to hear from witnesses, including experts, to better understand the implications of the many changes that the member is proposing. And had the honourable member included such a clause in the motion, I would have been very open to supporting the motion. It's unfortunate that the motion doesn't contain such a clause, and on that basis alone, I'm unable to support the motion. The need for study is further underscored by the fact that the motion could have constitutional implications as it pertains to prorogation. The Governor-General derives the authority to prorogue Parliament pursuant to Section 38 of the Constitution Act of 1867. More specifically, Section 38 provides the Governor-General with the authority to summon Parliament and therefore, by extension, to prorogue it. The authority of the Governor-General is exercisable according to unwritten constitutional convention upon the Prime Minister providing advice and consulting with the Governor-General. It is the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone who consults the Governor-General on the question of prorogation. Mr. Speaker, by prescribing that a motion of confidence be put before the Prime Minister goes to the Governor-General, limits the discretion of the Prime Minister to seek prorogation. Moreover, it would create what the motion proposes is to insert a wedge between the Prime Minister and the Governor-General, and that in turn could impact upon the manner in which the Governor-General responds to the advice of the Prime Minister. And I would note that on the question of constitutional implications, Section 41A of the Constitution Act of 1982 provides that any change respecting the office of the Governor-General requires a constitutional amendment. And so all of this is to say that there are a number of considerations that need to be studied and considered, and on that basis, it would be premature to adopt the motion at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak to motion M79, presented by the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, and I thank him for his excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that I still consider myself a young politician, not so much in age as in years of experience, I feel that my 3.5 years in office have been rich in terms of procedure. I had the pleasure of participating in the Procedure Committee, especially when the time came to set up a hybrid parliament during the pandemic. Even though I stopped sitting regularly on PROC afterwards, I still follow some of its work from the sidelines. Among them, the study of the prorogation of Parliament in the summer of 2020. This was the first time that the government was required to justify the use of prorogation after the fact. But, as I will explain, that did not solve the issue of partisan use of prorogation. Today's motion deals with the framework for prorogation on the one hand, and on the other hand, the definition of a vote of confidence. I will go over these two aspects of the motion, which are in a way intertwined. Now, as for prorogation, The PROC Committee, after reading the report to Parliament, Extension to August 2020 COVID-19 Pandemic, had the opportunity to analyze the report and, in turn, issue a report on the report. That report, among other things, noted the various times in history when the government has used prorogation for what has been called partisan purposes. Let me read you part of the report. So in 1873, Prime Minister MacDonald asked for and obtained prorogation from Governor General Lord Dufferin when he was faced with the possible loss of the support of the House related to a political scandal, which would later be called the Pacific Scandal. The committee found out that the 1873 prorogation ended a parliamentary commission of inquiry, so the controversy of the scandal, though, resumed with the next parliamentary session, and Sir John A. resigned a few weeks later after Parliament resumed. In 2002, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien asked for and obtained prorogation from Governor General Adrian Clarkson when details were coming out about a political scandal, which would later be called the sponsorship scandal. The prorogation prevented presentation in the House of a committee report of the Public Accounts Committee in the House about the sponsorship scandal. Then in 2003, Mr. Chrétien prorogued Parliament until February 2004, and that was also about the sponsorship scandal.
In 2008, Prime Minister Stephen Harper sought and obtained a prorogation from Governor General Michel Jean in December 2008. The prorogation came at a time when a global financial crisis had begun. Prorogation also licensed the government to postpone a motion of no confidence in the House that was being sought by the Liberal Party, the New Democratic Party, which had proposed a coalition, and the Bloc Québécois, which had agreed to support the coalition under a sublime confidence agreement. It was reported that the Governor General granted the request for prorogation, but only after several hours of consideration. By the time the House resumed in January 2009, the opposition coalition had collapsed. According to one witness, it was due to the breakdown of good governance within the Liberal caucus. 2010, Prime Minister Harper sought and obtained prorogation from Governor General Michael Jean from January 2010 to March 2010. The reason for the 3 months of prorogation was to allow the Parliament to take a break for the Winter Olympics in Vancouver. Prorogation also postponed the House of Commons Special Committee on the Canadian mission in Afghanistan's review of allegations of abuse of Afghan detainees while they were in custody. So the 2020 prorogation is no exception to this list of prorogations made for partisan purposes. Despite the government's reference to the pandemic, in the eyes of many witnesses during the committee study of the procedure, doubt remained. The government was mired in the We Charity scandal, and prorogation took place over a long period of time, 5 weeks. The government's report was considered biased, and the committee concluded that reforms surrounding prorogation of the House and confidence votes needed to be clarified. In 2017, a legislative amendment was supposed to make use of prorogation more transparent after the fact, but that wasn't achieved. Motion M79, in a way, aims to make use of transparent use of prorogation rather than after the fact, once it's too late. M79 will ensure that before the House is prorogued, following the expression of intention by a Prime Minister to recommend prorogation to the Crown, a confidence motion may be tabled. The motion has to meet certain criteria. Tabled with 4 days' notice. Signed by 20 MPs representing more than one of the recognized parties. And to avoid abuse, there were some safeguards. Only one such motion may be put on notice per supply period. It can only be sponsored or signed by one MP per session. It's limited to that the House no longer has confidence in the government or that the House has confidence in the government, which is clear. It's not amendable. Debate time is limited to one ordinary sitting day to a maximum of 20 minutes per member, plus 10 minutes for questions and answers. So there's no dilatory aspect. Once the 4 days' notice is over, the motion becomes a priority, is debated, and then voted. By making prorogation a confidence vote, it's hoped that the government
who wants to use it will not only think twice because they're risking defeat in a general election, but it will also set up grounds for prorogation that will attract the support of other parties in the House. Prorogation of a session brings to an end all work of Parliament, with a few exceptions. All committees, with the exception of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, cease to operate during prorogation. Each time there's a partisan prorogation, taxpayers are the ones who pay the price. Many bills that affect them in their daily lives die on the order paper. In a political context where we can expect more and more governments to be elected to minority status, there could be more and more use of prorogation. Motion M79 provides a framework for a recourse that is justifiable and welcome. When it comes to confidence votes, how do they work? How do we define what a confidence vote actually is? It's not always terribly clear. And Parliament's website says that currently questions of confidence are governed by constitutional convention. As the Convention on Confidence is an unwritten parliamentary practice, what constitutes a question of confidence is not always easy to determine. Motions traditionally considered to be questions of confidence are those that explicitly state that the government no longer has the confidence of the House of Commons. Those concerning the government's budgetary policy, supply, and addresses in response to the speech from the throne, and those that the government clearly considers to be questions of confidence. This convention, however, is subject to interpretation, so there's a certain amount of vagueness regarding the definition of a confidence vote, and that's what M79 aims to correct. Professor Hugo Cyr at the Procedure Committee, during the study of the report on the report, said that it was essential to understand that it's up to the House of Commons itself to determine whether or not to grant or maintain confidence in the government. There's sometimes confusion in this regard, as prime ministers occasionally state that a vote on such a bill or such an issue will be considered a confidence vote. This undue pressure on parliamentarians, which could be likened to a form of blackmail, is something that has no place in our democracy. It should never be possible to hold an opposition responsible for instance, defeating a government on a question that should never have been a confidence vote. For all those reasons, both in terms of prorogation and setting up a framework for confidence votes, I commend the work of the member for Elmwood-Transcona on M79. It meets the recommendations that the bloc made during the drafting the report on prorogation in 2020. And I hope, in spite of what I've heard from the last two speeches, that motion M79 will receive support from the House.
Continuing debate, and just a heads up to the honourable member that we will have to cut him off at about 1:15. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start off by thanking the member for Elmwood-Transcona for bringing forward this motion. Just so viewers understand, when we're allotted our private member's business, it's done so by lottery. And he was fortunate enough to be up near the top, and he has generously donated his time, his space, to give parliamentarians this important opportunity. And I really see this as important because I think this is an opportunity for colleagues from all parties in this House to start thinking, really truly thinking about what it means to be a member of this House. We are first and foremost, no matter what position you hold, we are members of Parliament. And we got to this place legitimately because we captured the attention and the confidence of our constituents in our respective ridings. Every person in this House has earned their spot because of the democratic mandate that was given to them by the people of their constituency. That comes before all else, whether you hold a position of Leader of the Opposition, position of Parliamentary Secretary, or if you are promoted to become a Minister of Cabinet. First and foremost, you are a member of this House, and I see today's debate on M79 as an opportunity to reassert ourselves as members of this House to more clearly understand the rules by which we operate. Today's motion, Mr. Speaker, of course, is centering on the Confidence Convention. And I know for constituents from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford who may be watching today's debate, when we start talking about procedure and the standing orders, I know it starts to sound like inside baseball. But there's a reason why these debates are important, because the standing orders and how they are interpreted, how they are written, and how they operate by allow your elected member of parliament to do their job properly. The government has all kinds of resources at its disposal, but for members of the opposition in particular, it is the rules of this House that put us on an equal footing with the government, and the rules are particularly important to members of the opposition because of that very fact. Now, when it comes to the Confidence Convention, we know that generally speaking, confidence votes come in a few different forms, but they have never really been clearly spelled out, and this is what we are attempting to do today. So we know that, for example, anything involving the spending of funds, whether it's a Budget Implementation Act, appropriation bills, those certainly are motions of confidence. Anything else also by convention that the government states as a matter of confidence can be interpreted in the same way. And it's also, this entire conversation is rooted also in the conversation that we need to have about responsible government. Because, of course, in our Westminster system, responsible government means that the executive branch owes its responsibility to Parliament and not to the monarch. And we have to understand that we arrived at this point through centuries of turmoil, of fighting to get us to this democratic ideal. I mean, you look at the history of England, Mr. Speaker, especially during the 1600s, the wars, the civil wars, the establishment of the Commonwealth, the Restoration, the Glorious Revolution, a tumultuous time. And here in our own country of Canada as well, we have had rebellions. We had the Durham Report, which resulted in, a pathway towards responsible government. So these are important concepts that we have to understand. Now, in the standing orders, there have been references to the Confidence Convention in the past. They were mentioned back in the 1960s, but through the 1970s and again in the 1980s, they have been modified several times so that those provisions were actually removed. So let us turn now to M79. It's essentially, boiling it down, would require that we hold a confidence vote to take place at the start of every new parliament. And it follows an expression of intent by the Prime Minister before that person prorogues. So two very important things. But it essentially is going to establish for members of Parliament, for the benefit of members of this House and for the general public, a standardized, streamlined format. So one of the things that we look at when we look at Motion 79 is, for example, the requirement that if a member of this House is going to bring forward a motion of confidence or non-confidence, it has to be signed by 20 of his or her peers, and they have to be representatives of more than one party, which makes sense because if a confidence vote or non-confidence vote is going to succeed, it's obviously going to take more than one party, and it takes away from anything frivolous happening. The motion is going to place this in the existing standing orders right after Section 53.1. This is the Chapter 7 that outlines how special debates are to happen. And, I've heard members of Parliament from the Liberals and the Conservatives talk in preceding speeches, Mr. Speaker, wondering about how this is going to impact the prerogative of the Crown. Well, they need only look at the pretext of the motion, the preamble, which states right away that it is a prerogative of the Crown to prorogue and dissolve Parliament at its pleasure. We cannot take away from that fact. But what we can do as members of this House is we can amend our own standing orders to provide for a roadmap on how this House can formally voice its opinion on whether the government of the day continues to have the confidence of the House. And this is extremely important because prime ministers have abused that power. And, I look at the previous Conservative speaker's speech on this, saying that he couldn't support this motion because it deserved further study. I mean, it's quite shocking that apparently the Conservatives need to study the issue at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to figure out if they need to limit the Prime Minister's power.
Highly suspicious.
Highly suspicious. And I think what you're seeing here with the Liberals and the Conservatives, if they do end up voting against this motion, is their own naked self-interest, because for them, the current system works. They are the status quo parties, and we're not going to see a meaningful push for reform against the standing orders because they want to have the opportunity for their executive to use that power and to not in any way be constrained. So I know, Mr. Speaker, I am in my last minute, but I just implore all members of this House to remember how I started my speech. First and foremost, you are a member of this House, and this is a real opportunity for you to stand up not only for your rights in this place, but for the rights of the constituents that sent you here, to codify that and to make sure that we have a clear pathway laid out for how confidence is tested in this place. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank again the member for Elmwood-Transcona for giving us the opportunity to debate this, and I very much hope that members will find it in their conscience to support this important amendment to our standing orders. Thank you.
Very good.
And when the member returns, if he wants to take it, he'll have 1 minute and 55 seconds left in that speech. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:15, the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.